connecting with people IRL. I was like, all right, we'll jump in. And then I wasn't really loving it. To be honest, I was like, dude, this is fucking getting lame. But most of that is because a lot of the people I enjoyed talking to just kind of had gone in different directions. And like today, I look across the stage and I look at the audience, and I'm just like, all right, now we're talking. Now we're getting it back. So, anyways, I've just been enjoying my time away. PSA, I would recommend to all of you, as much as I, love to talk to all of you, I would recommend take at least a month. I took 6 months plus. Take some time and get away. Go do things that you haven't been doing. I would just highly recommend it. It's really good.
I agree. I was off this app for about 3 years.
I want to hear about Dr. Jordan's driving.
Oh my God! Have you not heard the story? Okay,
No.
I'll give you the Reader's Digest version. So we were hanging with Steve, and then Dr. Jordan and I decided we wanted to go to this young hip spot. So we get in his car. We're driving, we're talking, we're bullshitting. And for those of you that don't know Dr. Jordan, he's very neurotic. For those of you that do, he's just as neurotic in real life as he is on the app. And so, he's just kind of got this nervous energy that just kind of is part of his personality. And, we had just met in person, maybe an hour prior. And so he's just kind of dealing with maybe some nerves, right? So anyways, we're hanging out. And we're driving. We're driving in the car, and we get to a stoplight. Now, all of you, I assume, drive. We get to a stoplight. It's red. I'm a passenger. He's the driver. And when the light turned green, for whatever reason, the car flies in reverse and then automatically stops. I believe his car is what stopped him because there was a car behind him. And, it was this crazy whiplash. It really was crazy whiplash. And I didn't want to say a word because I didn't want to I don't know, make Dr. Jordan any more nervous than he was. And so I didn't say a word. Then we go and eat. We're at this young, hip, fun place. We got to get this rock star treatment because, I don't know, Dr. Jordan and I are a little out there. And so after a while, it was just a fun little scene. I don't mention the fucking incident at all. And then when we're wrapping it up and I'm about to take off and he's about to take off, I go, hey, dude, so you guys convinced me. I'm going to come back to the app, check some things out. And then he's like, oh, that's really cool. And I go, we're going to have to talk about this car today. And he just died laughing. And then the first time I told the story, he was on the stage, but he was with his dad, and he hit me up privately, and he's like, oh my God, your retelling of the story was hilarious. The only problem was now I had to get a lecture from my dad about my driving. So, anyways,
I think his car was in reverse though at that traffic light. How did it go in reverse?
The two questions I had for him was, why on earth would you be at a traffic light with the car in reverse? And why, when the light turns green, would he literally punched it? We flew into reverse. I have no idea what he was trying to do. I couldn't explain it. I've asked him multiple times. He doesn't.
Automatic transmission or standard transmission?
Automatic.
Wow.
Yeah, it was bizarre. But I will say this, with all that said, I would gladly hang out with him again. He's not fucking driving, I will say that, but I would gladly hang out with him. All right, we could move back on to the topic. Hubert, you got any thoughts on the topic of the room or what's happened over the last day? All right. Anybody else want to jump in? Go right ahead.
Yeah, hi guys. So it's the first time I'm in your room. I saw you were talking about the war between Israel and Iran, and US suddenly jumped in and just bombed 3 nuclear plants. And as an Iranian, I wanted to thank the US for doing so, because it is what all Iranians want, we are peaceful people and don't want to bomb anyone. And I hope it all goes well for Iranian people. And for all of you, just want to mention it again that the Islamic regime is a complete different thing. So you should differentiate it between this regime and the people.
I think that's fair.
Rash, can I ask you a couple questions? What do you think could be next? What do you think the people at Iran need?
It's a $1 million question, bro. The problem is that people really do not have the power, or they're not really have the ability to change the regime themselves. IRGC have weapon, as one of you just mentioned earlier. People don't know what to do, and they don't have any real leader inside or outside the company. The exiled crown prince is someone who people can rely on, but the problem is that he's not that much charismatic, so he couldn't really draw the people's attention to himself. So we don't have anyone to lead this regime change.
So I have a
One
question.
scenario. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Arash. Okay, so
Yeah.
what is there the possibility of recruiting one of the generals to rebel and providing air support to some general in the Iranian military to take over the government? Presumably, a new government backed by the U.S. will be more friendly to the world than the.
It's not likely to happen because almost all the generals are loyal to the regime. So they come from the regime. They are loyal. They are loyal. They are brainwashed, and they don't do anything against the will of the supreme leader.
Are you in Iran right now?
Not at the moment. My family is.
And how are they doing?
They're doing good. Almost everyone are taking shelter to just be safe. And the main thing I told them, and I told Iranian people who I see in Clubhouse, that you should get away from those dangerous areas and nuclear plants and those factories and government-based buildings.
So did they feel the explosion where they're at?
No, because these 3 plants that the U.S. bombed were in the central area of Iran, but my family lives to the north of Tehran, which is it's close to the Caspian Sea, if you know the geography of Iran.
And the army is still strong over there? Like, what are they feeling in terms of them being safe with not agreeing with what's going on? I know you can't vocalize it there, or you can get killed, right?
Yeah, so the army and IRGC, they've been merged for a long time. They just have different names. So we don't have really a military and an Iranian army and IRGC. They are both the same. The generals are both come from the same organization, and they don't really have the power to go against the bombards. But the only thing they can do, and they are doing, is to just shoot some missiles to Israel. It is the only thing they do, and they don't have the ability, or they can't really protect people, because most of those generals are not in the battlefield at the moment. Most of them are hiding hundreds of meters under the ground, especially the supreme leader.
I've got input to somebody ask a question, what does Iran do next? And I listened to a very interesting conversation on CNN, and Admiral, I think his name is Stativeris. He used to be the Supreme NATO Commander. He's not a household name. He's a U.S. Admiral, Navy Admiral, but he is a very articulate, well-written, well-spoken, and I listen to him when I hear him talk. And he said Iran's got three options. One is to go to the negotiation table to end the strikes and to negotiate how best to rid themselves of any and all nuclear weapons capabilities. Second option is continue right now, continuing to strike Israel and hope that Israel gets tired and the world gets tired of continuous air warfare between Israel and Iran. And the third, he called it for Iran to go big, which would include striking U.S. bases around the Middle East and also closing the Straits of Hormuz, which I notice is a New York Post link up above in this room right now. And I can't think of any other options than one of those three for Iran. And Admiral Stativeris thought that it would be option two, that Iran would continue to pursue, at least in the short term. But I could also point out that if they close the Straits of Hormuz, what should the U.S. and Israel do, and the rest of the world do, about an act like that? Which cuts off 20% of the oil supply to the world immediately as soon as they start putting mines in the Straits of Hormuz.
So if, in my opinion, if Iran wants to close the Strait of Hormuz, they're killing themselves. It's a economic suicide, because 95% of Iranians' economy is through this strait. So through the Persian Gulf, the strait, and then Oman Sea. So if they do it themselves, they are just imprison themathemselves. I don't know what their plan is. Do they want to put pressure on themselves more, or I just don't get the point of doing so.
That's, they could be certainly shooting themselves in the foot, if not killing themselves. And but let me also ask a different question for the room to discuss. What if they start striking our troops? What if the United States established a naval blockade against Iran and did not allow any ships to enter or exit Iranian ports? That's something we can do. Should we do it if Iran starts striking U.S. facilities in and around the Middle East? And what would China have to say about that if we cut off all the Iranian oil supply going to China?
That's my question. Why the United States or Israeli troops go to Iran when they are bombing them from the Iranian sky? What's the point?
Well, to blockade the Iranian ports, you're not putting boots on the ground. You're doing what the British did to Napoleon during the Napoleonic Wars, a naval blockade. So that's what that's what happened in the Cuban Missile Crisis too. That avoids any idea of boots on the ground.
What's the consequence? Just
it's an act of war. I mean, if we did, that would open up the whole. It is a naval blockade has always been considered an act of war for a long, long time. So a naval blockade is not something you do for one day or one night. like the bombs that we just dropped. A naval blockade is an act of war, and I would argue to do so would require an act of Congress to authorize such a move. But if such a move is taken as a result of Iranian attacks on American forces, that's got to be one of the options that would be available to the entire National Command Authority, which I would include Congress in that mix.
I think if we were gonna, this would be unlikely, but the best case scenario for allowing us to get away with that with as little pushback internationally as possible is for China to recognize the importance of keeping that strait moving and keeping the ships, able to transport goods. If we could get China to, they don't have to help, but if they could just say, yeah, that's a good idea, that would go a long way. I don't think we can ever count on them to do the right thing though.
I got a quick question to answer. You said they do the blockade, that would be an act of war. So the bombing of the nuclear site, you don't see that as an act of war? I personally, I do. I do want to know you do.
Yeah, it is. It's an act of war, but it's a one-time act. I mean, and I'm not arguing that Congress shouldn't have done. I think Congress should have been involved in the decision. They shouldn't have had a veto power, but they should have been involved in the decision at the classified level, not at the unclassified level. But a naval blockade, to be effective, takes months, if not years, to slowly strangle the economy of Iran. I mean, a naval blockade it's not like dropping a bunker buster bomb on a underground facility and destroying its ability to produce enriched uranium. That's a one-time thing. A naval blockade would string it out for a long time, but it could eventually lead to total surrender, because the economy would be totally slaughtered, choked to death if we did something like that. And I think with two carrier battle groups, and nobody's mentioned, but I will sort of gloat a little bit because it was the service that I was in. There was a Triton submarine, I'm almost certain, that launched the cruise missiles. There were over 24 cruise missiles and from an American submarine. And that more than likely came from a Triton submarine that's been backfitted to carry cruise missiles instead of ICBMs. And that was, and you can, if we do a naval blockade, you can better believe that there'd be U.S. submarines all over the entries and the entry points of ports throughout the Persian Gulf held by Iran. One thing I can unequivocally do right now, though, is hand a salute to the members, well, to the U.S. military in general. This was truly a remarkable feat pulled off by the American military. And you can say what you like or don't like about the American military, but my hats are off to that whole chain of command, that whole organization, that they were able to pull off and execute something as flawlessly as this did. It was not easy to do, but they've been training to do things like this for 30 or 40 years, and they showed the ability to do it. And I'm proud of those men and women.
Right, one more question. What if it be revealed, like some reports, of course, America saying one thing, Iran is saying one thing. What if it comes that they didn't destroy those targets? Like, would that be a huge embarrassment to the country? Like, would that change anything if those targets still exist?
Well, it's going to take a while, to have the targets totally obliterated. We'll have to. We won't know for sure until we get boots on the ground to dig through the rubble. God knows how long that's going to take.
It's 300 feet, right, Anson? They're 300 feet down.
That's at least 200 feet down, and
the bombs go 200.
The bomb. Well, I'm not that familiar, but that's one of the reasons you use. Somebody asked me a week ago, how many bombs would it take in order to destroy both underground facilities at Natanz and Fodor, or however you pronounce the two names. And I said it would take 15 or 20. Well, that was just a wild-ass guess. Haven't been in the military for 35 years. But that was a wild-ass guess. But it turns out we dropped 14 on them. And the above-ground facility, Isfahan, which is not an underground facility, and I'm hearing that that's where they were keeping the 60% enriched uranium that they had. That facility was by and large mostly destroyed by the cruise missiles fired by the American submarine.
Anson, I'm glad you're in the room because I wanted to understand this. The refueling in the air is extraordinary to me, how they pull that off. And it sounded like they had to do it several times on this trip.
3 times.
Can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, 3 times. And the amazing thing is they did it without hardly any communications. We had 125 airplanes involved in this, according to the TV, and 7 of them being B-2 bombers. And they carried out this 36-hour mission from start to finish with planes in the air. They carried it out. Well, nobody detected them. That's amazing. Over a 36-hour period, there wasn't a single shot fired against them because nobody could detect them. And they were able to carry it out without airplane-to-airplane communications by and large, because satellites can pick up those communications. And Iran might not have that capability, but certainly the Soviets and the Chinese do. And they could have, if they had heard this massive air armada headed their way, they could have picked it up electronically had that armada been talking back and forth to each other or talking back to the National Command Authority in Washington. And they did all that without talking to each other. That is an extraordinary feat. I understand how they did it, but that is truly an amazing and extraordinary military set of military actions.
Wow.
Just
and how
truly
long
amazing.
does it take when they do the refueling? How long does that actually take?
I'm not an aviator, but that gas flows very hot and heavy. I think an airplane stays hooked up to a tanker certainly no more than a half an hour, but I'm guessing 15 minutes to a half an hour. If the airplane is almost empty and it's going to get a whole tanks fill up their tank, top off their tanks, I'm guessing it takes 15, 20 minutes. So you got to have a lot of tankers and that would be for a big plane like the B-2. The smaller fighter aircraft probably had to refuel more often. So there were a lot of tankers in the air. And again, I have no idea how many, but I know they were forward deployed. That was announced a week or so ago. And we probably had, 30, 40 refueling aircraft strung across the Atlantic, and some in the Pacific, and some over Europe. That was a remarkable logistics feat, keeping 125 airplanes in the air for 36 hours. That takes a lot too. So hats off to the logistic part of this operation.
It's pretty incredible. Do we know or maybe this is something they don't disclose, where they did the refueling, like what airspace?
Well, it would have been international airspace
Well, obviously.
by and large. So I'm guessing, you fly, and again, I'm not a pilot, and I've never been involved in planning airstrikes or anything like that. If I had been, it would be 35 years ago when I did it. But to fly from Missouri to, it would be someplace probably over the eastern part of the Atlantic, or perhaps over the Mediterranean, where they would have done at least the refueling for the B-50, the B-2s. Then they fly over Iran, drop their bombs. They get out of Iranian airspace, and they're probably over the Indian Ocean when they refilled them after the strike was over, and they may have topped them off again on their return leg back to the United States. So 2 or 3 times they would have done refueling for the B-2s, and I have no idea how they kept all 100, the rest of those fighter bomber aircraft in the air all that period of time.
Thank you. I mean, that's pretty amazing. I saw one of them at Nellis. They did a air show, and they're pretty extraordinary to look at.
I lived on a 25-acre gentleman's farm for a couple of years in central Missouri. I live in southwestern Missouri now. Been here for 25, 26 years, but I lived not too far from Whiteman Air Force Base, and I could see the B-2s taking off and coming back in from exercises from time to time. The base was maybe 50 miles from my farm. They were quite a remarkable, and I've seen them do flyovers at Army Air Force or Navy Air Force games. I saw B-2s do some flyovers at a couple of those games. And believe me, that it's unbelievable when you see. You don't see it. I mean, you don't. I mean, it's like a black. It's a thin black line until it almost is overhead. And then when it got overhead of the stadium, it went into a steep climb and gave it a full throttle and almost blew everybody out of their chairs in the stadium. Awesome power.
Thank you for that.
Hey, so what stocks should we keep our eye on that are going to go up this?
It's an interesting question. I hadn't thought about it. What do you think?
What's the question?
What stocks are going to go up when the market opens?
Oh, I don't have any idea. That's not my area of expertise at all.
Defense contractor.
We're too late. All that was already planned, bought, purchased.
I get it. I get like that. If you would have bought it a month ago, you're better. I understand how the market moves, but there's gonna be a spike, a big spike for a few things tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out what those things are gonna be.
You know what? I would follow Nancy Pelosi and basically all of the senators, all of them. There's a couple of websites to go to, but what they do is they follow all of those different accounts, and you can see kind of what they're buying and selling. So.
And even if you get Nancy Pelosi's trades 30 days later, you're still going to do well when they're made public.
I'm not a stock market person, but if you can invest in oil, that might be the way to go. Oil is probably going to go up. I don't know if you can do it, but if you can, that might be the way you can make some money.
Yeah, with the Strait of Hormuz being closed down, the price of oil is going to go.
All right, so let's.
Of course, if the price of oil goes up and goes up dramatically, guess who benefits from that?
Russia.
You better believe it.
So, looking at ChatGPT, they're saying Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, and then on the oil side, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Occidental Petroleum, and then it says you should see an uptick in treasuries in the U.S. dollar, as well as gold and utility stocks. And regional winners, it says Tel Aviv's 125 and Tel Aviv's 35 it should hit record highs after the strike. So yeah, just a little information out there.
I just, if you want to watch another stock, and I don't know which stock it would be, but they had the congressman for the district in Missouri where Whiteman Air Force Base is based, Whiteman Air Force, the B-2s are based, was on, I think it was Fox, it could have been CNN, and he was promoting, I didn't even know we were working on it, but the successor of the B-2, it's the B-21, and when the first B-2 was flown in 1989, and we were originally going to build about 100 of them, which would have reduced it would have been a very expensive program, but the per aircraft cost would have been much lower than what it turned out to be. We built 21 B-2s, and we have 19 left right now. And the cost of building those 21 was $2.6 billion per airplane, which is astounding for a single airplane. And they're talking about a B-21 where they would have 100 to 150 that they would plan on building in order to keep the unit cost down. But still, you're talking a multi-$100 billion program if we carry through with that. But those B-2s are getting old.
Well, let me read to you what I just pulled up. Thanks for bringing that up. So the B-21 Raider is built by Northrop Grumman, and says that there's also several key suppliers, Pratt & Whitney, BAE Systems, Spirit Aerosystems, GKN Aerospace, Collins Aerospace, and Janicki Industries. So yeah, I guess those are all things to take a look at. If anybody wants me to repeat that, just message me privately, and I'll send you a link to what I'm looking at.
Hey, Anson, I was reading what you were saying about the B-2 bombers. The 21 made, 19 left, but they lost one. I'm not sure after the other one. I'm sure you know. But is it true that only 6 to 8 is operational? Like they only keep 6 to 8 of them operational out of that 19?
Hakeem, didn't some fly to Guam and some flew, and the ones that were in the operation came out of Missouri? So there has to be more that. How many flew this mission? 6 of them?
There were 7. There were 7 that dropped the bombs.
So how many went to Guam?
I read I heard 2 or 3 on TV, but they're all based in Whiteman Air Force Base in Warrensburg, Missouri, sort of in the center, west central part of the state, not too far from Kansas City. And that's where all the B-2s are based. And how many of the 19 do they maintain operationally capable? I would say a very, very high percentage of them, because they don't fly them that often.
Yeah, I was reading, I'm not down there now. I was reading that they say 6 to 8 because they cost so much to keep them intact. So I read that they only keep, an estimate, of course, who knows, but they say they estimate 6 to 8 are operational at any given time. I guess, of course, they could amp it up when they want to, but I've heard the norm was 6 to 8.
You know, Hakeem, it's funny. When I went to one of the air shows I was at, had the Thunderbirds. You know, if you're on one coast, you see the Blue Angels, you see the Thunderbirds. But one of my questions was, those planes are pretty expensive, and you know they're using them for show and for theatrics and such. But they explained to me that all of those planes also can be retrofitted and fit out for battle. You know, so I imagine there is a process, and yeah, it's probably not cheap, but it is capable to turn them if we needed them.
Basically, all you'd have to do with a Blue Angel airplane is take it back to an aircraft carrier or a land-based airfield and put some weapons on it. That's how mission ready they are. Those planes are frontline combat aircraft that they're used for show, but they are fully capable of executing combat missions.
So here's
both the pilots and the aircraft.
So here's some interesting information. The production goal for the B-21 is at least 100 aircrafts, although there's options that exist for more. And the delivery timeline, they've already rolled out a couple, but they want to have the 100 all done by 2030, and that would replace the B1s, the B2s, and the price on these things are 550 to 750 million per aircraft, which, I mean, if you think about the value of that's actually pretty cheap. I'm actually surprised at the price.
Yeah, but that's the quoted price while you're trying to get the program through Congress. I'll guarantee you, you're going to be well over $1 billion per aircraft, if not a couple of billion in today's dollars, when the program really, if it gets authorized, if it really gets up and running.
100%.
So I think the mix of low cost technology for the military and high cost is an interesting thing, because it doesn't cost a lot to produce drones, and that's going to be a big part of our future of warfare. And so to accompany it by these expensive bombers that can do very unique things that really no other Air Force in the world can do, I think this is a good investment. When I think of government spending, this is definitely not a line item I would want.
So also, Roger, one Iron Dome battery, the battery is like 50 to 70 million. And then every time there's an interceptor, it's about 150,000 on the Iron Dome. And I think the David Sling is about 700,000 to 800,000 per missile. Do you think about the expense on that?
That's insane. Yeah, I get it's worth it, but I just to hit a number is crazy number.
Crazy numbers. There's no choice.
Oh,
That was a joint. That was Raytheon and Rafael Industries. It was a joint venture developing that.
And also, just because something's cheap to produce doesn't mean we're going to get it for cheap. I mean, when I worked for the federal government, there were items that were cheap to produce, but we had to buy them from Lockheed Martin and pay a shitload of money when we could have got it elsewhere for cheap. I mean, that's the definition of, that's a big issue with a lot of the government corruption, and I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Well, maybe if Trump could have got along with Elon, we could have got better prices.
Elon definitely wasn't giving us discounts.
He was definitely taking a nice little magnifying glass to the budget. The problem is that for every cut he did, all that was eroded with the big, beautiful bill.
Well, okay. I think some of the cuts he claimed he did weren't actual cuts. I mean, he also claimed that he did cuts, GIS contract cuts, that were expired 15 years ago. Also, some of the cuts he claimed he did were against agencies that were investigating his companies, and also adding in his own company contracts, whether it's for Starlink, whether it's for the AI or the other stuff. So, I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there were some useful things that were cut when he was swinging away on the swords, just chopped for random shit. But, a lot of the stuff I know for a fact.
So you're not an Elon fan?
No, not at all, 100%.
Why didn't you just lead with that? Because that would have saved us some time.
Has he been tweeting about this? I don't follow him.
I think Trump punked him out. Like I haven't heard much from since they look better.
Yeah, make no mistake about it. As much as I'm happy with Trump over the last couple of days for what he's doing here, I'm 1,000% Team Elon with any conflict between Elon and Trump. Elon is the greatest entrepreneur in the history of the world.
Wait, didn't we used to have the dipshit rooms? Remind me, was it?
Yes, there's this whole contingent of people that think Elon is a dipshit, and then when you start asking them about like their background, like they're really cool. Like they would say he's a terrible businessman, and then they've never opened a business themselves. It's just like,
well, he is a con artist. I mean, you look at even his reported sales on Tesla. A lot of that, what year was that? I can't remember. A few years ago. 25%, about around 25% of his sales for Tesla or his net gains was from pump and dumps, from whether it was Dogecoin, the Bitcoin. I mean, he was just lying his ass off that people were going to.
You're talking about stock, not car sales, right? Can you please differentiate? You're talking about stock, not car sales.
Talking about
when you say sales,
Bitcoin. He actually added in Bitcoin to his sales on the company's revenue. That actually. I
think that was on the profit and loss. I think they took it off later too, or they sold the stock, the Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, he also, I mean, when he did that, that also added false valuation for his company. Also, he was a pro at getting the government contracts, and yeah, I mean, it was a bipartisan thing. Biden gave it to him like no issue. Trump gave it to him like no issue, or for certain things, and Biden and Trump gave him different things. But I mean,
Biden wouldn't mention his name, sir, for the first 2 years of his presidency. Buttigieg didn't even invite him to a battery conference. So whatever Biden did, he tried to do for Legacy Auto, and by accident helped Tesla. That's what Biden did.
Well, okay, you are correct on that.
Make no mistake, it helped Tesla, but not on purpose.
Yeah, you are 100% right on that. And,
I can make one contribution to this Elon conversation. Read his biography by I've forgotten his guy.
Walt Isaacson.
Larry Isaacson. That was an astounding biography. And let me tell you, I was commissioned in 1965, and my whole career was in nuclear submarines, and it lasted until 1988. And I was a student of a program run by a guy named Rickover, Admiral Hyman Rickover, and I have never heard of a bigger asshole that was more effective than Admiral Rickover, the father of the nuclear navy. And let me tell you, it was a tough program to live under, but absolutely he was a genius. And as I read Elon's biography, I thought, this is a clone of Admiral Rickover.
The other thing is Elon, we're fans, but we understand his faults, and he's got a lot. He had the biography written, we think, to show the good, the bad, and the evil. He didn't have to have a biography written at age 51. And when you see his childhood, when you see some of the things he's done, the failures he's had, to the times he was fired. I mean, they got so sick of him at PayPal, the whole board fired him. He was one of the founders. 2 months later, he did a rare thing. He went to each one of them and apologized. But he did walk into NASA and say, look, I'm going to build a reusable rocket. Hold my beer. And they laughed at him. And he also didn't take any money until he made the thing work. So he understands how much waste there is in the military purchasing system that we have. And things like that. He almost has a force of will. And luck as well.
David, here's something that I just looked up that would probably be surprising to people, is that if you count state and federal funding to auto manufacturers, Ford Motor Company received since 2020 more than Tesla. Tesla, it's about 15 billion, and Ford it's 17 billion. Very interesting. Nobody talks about Ford in this way.
Ford has $150 billion in debt. Tesla has $37 billion in free cash flow in the bank. And even during his worst quarter, the first quarter of this year, he put another $1 billion in the bank. He's lowered cost of goods sold, but making his cars 3 times in the last 2 years and improving them. So he is very driven, very hard to work for on the spectrum. I don't think that he should be in government. He wasn't elected. I know we like some of the results he was thinking of doing, but he's known for cutting things until they break, and it works in the factory. He made it work at X, but doesn't work as well in government because you can't build it back in government as easily.
I'm looking at the guy is an interesting guy, 100%. I mean, he is a one of a kind, and I actually used to be a big fan of Elon Musk. I actually used to really like him, and I think the downturn for me was realizing the whole pump and dumps he was doing for the Dogecoin and Bitcoin. I thought he was actually promoting Dogecoin because he was like wanting to do the people a favor and saying, yeah, let's promote this, make money. But in turn, he was making money out of it, and his company was. So that was my kind of downhill turn on it. And then when he joined the government, I'm a former government. I had a lot of friends that worked for a lot of agencies, whether it's still for the Homeland Security, for the Fish and Wildlife. I currently work in the conservation field, and I know people's jobs that are unfairly cut. These people aren't making hardly any money.
But wait, what do you mean unfairly cut? If it ain't like the idea that people are entitled to government jobs or that the government is even within the scope of what they need to be doing when it comes to some of these agencies. Honestly, I don't think the cuts went deep enough. Every time a government worker gets fired, I believe an angel gets their wing.
Yeah, let me speak on it. Can I speak on that? So some of the cuts that I'm referring to, and there's a lot of waste and abuse in the government, 100%. I'm not going to disagree with that. But a lot of that's not what was cut. So the individuals that were cut were the first rounds were the people that were in the government for less than 2 years. So, example, some of the people I knew that worked for the Fish and Wildlife, they used to work for the state, and then they went over to Fish and Wildlife because it's more pay and better benefits. And just you get a retirement.
They were on probation. It was easy for him to cut. Yes.
Correct. Yes, they were on probation. It was under 2 years. But
probation doesn't mean they were doing a bad job. It would.
Correct, but that's what they were told they were fired for. So their paperwork literally said you're being fired for bad performance, or not bad performance. I can't remember the first word. For something, it's similar to bad. So pretty much bad performance. And locally here where I live, the supervisor was 2 hours. They said you have 2 hours to fire these people. So these people were hardworking people, worked their ass off, working temporary jobs all over the country just to get a permanent position for stuff we need. And these aren't just people that are just wasting our tax dollars. These are actually people that are doing important things for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Also, the EPA, oversight for the companies. One of the reasons why he wanted to get rid of the EPA, the staff of the EPA, and Russell Falls, who also wanted to get rid of it, is they didn't want oversight for companies. I'm sorry, but these companies are certain percentage of these companies are dumping PFAS, all these forever chemicals in our water, and this new government wants to allow that. There were
Hold on. Slow down. The EPA doesn't protect the environment. Let's be very clear on that. What the EPA does is simply says you can pollute the environment, but if you do, we're going to tax you for it. And so I would rather see a system that is more punitive for people that do poison the environment and allow the court systems to do what they're supposed to do and make companies afraid of polluting because they can be sued in court. I think that's a bigger fucking way to handle this. I think anybody that simps for the EPA doesn't understand what the EPA.
So what you just said does happen. It happened here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. They were sued. There was a paper towel manufacturer and a fire foam manufacturer that were dumping PFAS in the Fox River, Green Bay. You can look this up. I can provide information. Thanks to the help of the EPA for providing that information, they were sued and they were ordered to pay millions of dollars, I should say, not billions, millions of dollars to do a cleanup of it to try to help with the cleanup. Now, when you do that cleanup, you have these pretty much a big vacuum that sucks the debris in the water because those chemicals will be there forever. They don't just dissipate. To suck them out, was it a perfect solution? No, but it did help the water quality and the quality of the fish. So that actually does happen. The EPA is involved with doing that, and that does happen in companies.
So if we can go backwards before government, he built an electric car company that should never have existed. It's successfully built another car company in the last 50 years. We have Neuralink. We talked to patient number 2 who has ALS, totally paralyzed. It's a chip in his head. He can talk to his family, experience his family, live at home, and live a much better life. We have battery storage going on. Shanghai just bought $500 million backup battery that can power their entire grid. Robotaxi is coming tomorrow to Austin. Optimus, no matter how you feel about robotics, AI, all of these things are things that he's pushing very hard. Space exploration, one of the hardest things to solve. And he has great people around whom are mission driven. So yes, the government part, I think he's not suited for. Many other things before that, by his force of will and being someone who hires great people. Obviously, he didn't do it by himself. He saw Sam Bankman-Fried in a meeting in the first 10 minutes and figured out he was a fake. Those are accomplishments that we wouldn't have, certainly not have as soon without him on.
Yeah, he is great at all that stuff that you mentioned, 100%. There's no denying. I think. So
I agree with the side of him. I agree with the side of you that there is a side of him that he's not suited for. On the whole, I'd say when people paint him with that brush you mentioned, lays this out chapter and verse. His first chapter on his childhood is brutal, but after that, it's a great read. And I'll send you your free copy if you want from Mob.
Yeah, definitely. I would read that 100%. And yeah, when I know his job.
His work in government, his argument with the current president. I mean, you're going to call the president a pedophile. Most people don't forget that. So, just had to walk back some of that stuff.
Yeah, how dare you call someone a pedophile? It's a pedophile. That is so wrong.
You think that Donald Trump is a pedophile?
With every accusation level, 100%.
So if there's an accusation of something, we should then assume that the accusation is true.
I think it's going to go with his history and the things he said out of his mouth. He's also locked in the next 2 years because he could do it.
It's this era of guilty before proven.
we've gotten away from guilty, innocent until proven guilty. You guys like the guilty before even going to court. An accusation is not an admission of guilt. It's not evidence of guilt. What you guys typically do is you find somebody that you don't like already, and then if there's an accusation, you weaponize the accusation. I would just say hold the same standard for everybody, and we'd probably be in a better place.
Hey, I got a bit of news flash for you, Rod. America have never, despite their rhetoric, have never been innocent until proven guilty. That's never been a thing in America.
Well, I agree in certain contexts. I mean, the whole bail situation. It's somebody's not proven guilty, and we hold them there as if they were. I agree. There's certain elements of that, but that's the spirit in which we were supposed to embrace. But now what we've done is we've just thrown out the entire spirit of it, and we're not charitable at all about. As soon as an accusation comes in, we're just on it. How many of you guys stopped watching Kevin Spacey movies because of accusations, and now that he's been exonerated, none of you guys want to even apologize to him?
Mojo, you're not wrong 100%. I agree with a lot of what you're saying there. But also, I wouldn't be shocked if his allegations against Trump are true. But you are right.
Actually, Elon did this once before. I don't know if you remember. I don't know, it's 5 or 10 years ago. We had the man who was in charge with a lot of kids, adolescents, who were caught in a cave, right? And they had to swim out. And I think the Navy SEALs, someone went to swim with each one of them to rescue them. But it was a matter of days. And they were in an area with air, and their leader taught them to breathe slowly and yoga, and somehow Elon called that guy the P word, and he was sued. Elon won in court. I don't know how, but this has already happened once before with Elon. He got a little mad because he wanted to go in and save them, and they didn't want to use his system.
Interesting. Pat in the chat says, wait, that's how ICE is handling court in the streets. Brown folks guilty until they prove they're supposed to be here. That wasn't very good English, but I get the point that you're trying to make. I would wonder, Pat, do you know what the role of ICE is supposed to be? I'll wait. You know the worst part of these fucking ICE raids are, I'll be very selfish about this, but I sincerely believe that the worst part of the ICE raids is that you can no longer drive up to a Home Depot and get somebody to help you with a project. I think that is a tragedy. I think that's the biggest tragedy. That's the biggest problem that I see with all.
We're the ones still has guys outside.
I think that's because Trump is not doing what he said he's going to do. He's going after any illegal immigrant that he can find, although he talked about going after the criminals. He's just trying to meet a quota opposed to actually doing what he said he's going to do. So that's why can't have people Home Depot. The hard-working they are illegal immigrants are trying to do the right thing, but Trump want to stop them. But he's walking that shit back because he realized he needs them, that people need him. He should have just stayed focused on what he talked about.
Interesting. Look, the problem with immigration in this country, Trump doesn't really want to fix it. Republicans in general don't want to fix it. Democrats sure the fuck don't want to fix it. The problem is not about illegal immigration. It's become about that because we didn't have a thoughtful solution to legal immigration, making it more efficient. I'll say this as clearly as I can. Anyone that comes in this country should be processed and inspected. Period. Full stop. And if we don't have the resources to do that, then we should reduce the number of people coming in. And I say that as somebody that I want to expand illegal immigration. I'd like to see 1 billion Americans. I think America's too small. I think we need more people. I'm a huge advocate for legal immigration, but I have zero, and I mean zero, tolerance for illegal immigration. In fact, if you left me in charge of it, if somebody came in illegally, I wouldn't just send them back to their nation of origin. I would send them to Antarctica, just to make the hurdles more difficult for them to try to do it again. I think if we fix it, but we do have to fix the legal immigration problem first, and then we could take an extreme hard line on illegal immigrants. And anybody that simps for illegal immigrants, like, just kindly go fuck it. By the way, Ellis Island proves that we can do what I did.
Well, hey, I wanted to speak really quick about your Home Depot problem. Post-COVID, 2021, I got kind of canceled and pushed out of my industry. 24 years dedicated, I kind of got pushed out because of the mandates in California. And I could not find a good job. Everything is all minimum wage and higher with my high school education. And my experience could go do some hard stuff, which I'm not afraid of. But anyways, starting to do a labor type hauling business, because of the shortage, I've been so busy and I'm like overbooked, over a month, which is just something I never expected. And raised my rates, which they're still way low. So increases on labor rates. Yeah. So there are people out here doing the work no one wants to do. And I appreciate what's going on because I've gotten a raise and 36 days out of work. I've worked in the last 55 days. I've had 2 days off. So I'm super thankful and it's all going great.
Yeah, look,
the laborers doing the work none of you all want to do.
Well, I will say this though, to the laborers, increase your knowledge, skills, and ability, and your income will also rise. That being said, we do need laborers.
And with that, we got to pay more for produce. I'm not saying this is good or bad thing, but people complain about pricing, about eggs for 4 years. So we're okay with strawberries going to $12 a pound, or you know what I'm saying? Just pick your poison. There's know what you're voting for.
Their form of income.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, sorry.
Hold on 1 second. I've been hearing this thing about oh man, if we crack down on illegal immigration, a head of lettuce will cost $10. Blah blah blah. Listen, there's nothing wrong with inspecting and processing people and making them legal. And when the people are saying, hey, just be careful what you wish for, the price of a vegetable might go up. So what you're really saying is that you're comfortable with exploiting people that come from another country. And I think that's very interesting when I see a person of color that is advocating for the exploitation of labor of people that are brown. It's very interesting.
Hey, definitely not what I said. I just said just know what you're voting for. You can't complain under Biden. I said you in particular. A person can't complain under Biden about prices and then be okay with higher prices at the expense of getting rid of what we call illegal immigrants. I'm not taking a stance. I'm gonna eat fruit regardless, but you can't complain about prices and want higher prices.
Hakima, you know what I hope? I hope the price of dates goes up just for you.
Hey, dates are expensive already, Roger. Shut the fuck up.
I know they're hell of expensive. You know, when you were
They
talking,
worth every dollar though. They are worth every dollar.
so when you were talking about dates, I started doing some research, and I was like, dude, this might be the most legit superfood ever. And so, like, I started buying them, and like, dude, now it's like a tiny little fucking package. You might get like, 10 dates in this package, and it's like $10. It's like $1 a date. It's like, dude, this is fucking crazy. That is not.
Let me help you, Roger. Add something to your date. It's gonna be even more of a superfood. It's like the best and the most healthy snack you will ever find. Add cashews to your dates. Like, eat them how you want. Eat a date, bite a date, eat a cashew, mix it up, chew them together. You're gonna have the most amazing experience of your life. It's better than any sweet you ever tasted, but it's 100% healthy. You can do too much, but mix some dates and some cashews. It's gonna blow your mind, I promise.
Cashews and dates. Okay. I'm on it.
Shit your brains out if you eat too much.
Now, I disagree with that though, because I mean it's a great mixture. I mean the sugar from the dates is being balanced by the fiber inside the cashews, and it's the proper amount of fat. I mean, of course, like I said, you can't go overboard, but if you have a nice modest amount, a good handful of fucking cashews and like 6-7 dates, you're gonna enjoy that 10 minutes of your life, I promise. And it's gonna be healthy, completely healthy.
What else we got for superfoods? We got dates, we got cashews. What do we add into the list?
Sea moss.
What were you talking about? Was that you, Roger, with lentils and whole grains?
I fuck with lentils sometimes, but quinoa is probably something I would eat more than lentils.
Stinging nettle. I forage it myself, and it's healthy as fuck.
You boil it?
Yeah, you can boil it. You can cook it like spinach. Put it in a blender. So, but once you even like add it in the blender, the stinging mechanisms, I don't know the science behind it will go away. But when you harvest it, you just got to make sure that you wear gloves.
Interesting. I've been drinking a lot of bone broth. That's been the new kit.
Try chicken feet, guys. Chicken feet. Do research on it. You're gonna freak out.
Damn, you said chicken feet, and Holly jumped in the room. It's amazing.
I wouldn't take that, Holly, if I was you. And you're going hard it. Like, come on, Holly.
I don't even know what it means.
That's what I'm saying. I just wouldn't be one to be associated with chicken food. I'm sorry.
I don't know. It doesn't sound that bad to me. Is it like some voodoo shit?
No, I'm serious. If you guys somebody just Google it right now, the nutritional factors that you get from chicken feed, it'll blow your mind. It's huge in the Asian culture, and if you notice, they always look young.
Well, until they don't. Hold on one second. Look, can we talk about Asian people? They look super fucking young, then they hit a wall, and then they look like they're 900 years old. They literally, they look young for like 75 years, and then all of a sudden, instantly, they look like Yoda. I don't fucking understand.
That's hilarious. Hey, did the chicken feet have like collagen in it or something?
Yeah.
Am I?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But you gotta be careful, like where you get the chicken feet from, because when they inject the hormones, they inject it through the feet. So you have to, but it's packed full of nutrients. It's got the most nutrients you can get from an animal.
You can have all of mine, and too many cashews that come out are a problem too. So go easy on the cashews. I love them, but.
Wait, what's wrong with cashews? Oh.
Well, everything in moderation, right? Nuts are high in protein, but they're also high in fat. Fat can be good for you if you're eating the right fats, but you can overdo anything. The other thing is if you have people in your family that have like diverticulitis or whatever, be careful with pretty much any nut.
Or digestion, yeah.
You're a nut.
Or if
What
you're
about macadamia nuts?
in general,
About
most names.
Listen to you. You know, it's funny. I could, if you would have told me like what nut Holly would talk about, I knew it would be macadamia nuts. It certainly wasn't going to be Brazil nuts. By the way, is everybody familiar with what Brazil nuts? What their other nickname is? Anybody know that name?
Turds.
No. Akima, you're going to love this one. Brazil nuts. You ever heard of this?
It's something about toenails or something like that. About a nail.
Inward toes.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah, next time you go into your grocery store, go into the produce section and then ask somebody to help you find the intake.
And since we talk about nuts, just so everybody know what you might know, but if you don't, peanuts are not nuts, and they are not good for you. Avoid peanuts and peanut butter at all costs, unless you want to just try to bulk up and be unhealthy. But if you want to be healthy, avoid peanuts.
So, I don't know if I agree with that. And I mean, Roger's right.
That's a fact. It's a objective fact. A peanut is not a nut. And they're not good for your body. Don't break it down right. They don't digest properly. Like they taste okay, but like peanuts are not nuts. That definition. They are not.
But I think that's a newer thing, man. I think you guys are pretty much my age. When I was younger, there was no fucking problems with peanuts. There's something that I don't know.
Oh, okay. Don't offend us, BB. Like we're nowhere near 50.
I'm not.
Speak for yourself, mother. I'm almost there.
Akima, you're 55, bro. I knew.
No, I'm 48. I'm almost there. I'm kicking the door down.
Dude, how does it feel to be almost 50? Is your back hurt?
Honestly, when I'm at right now, I feel better at 48 than I did at 30. Like I said, I was overweight for a lot of my life, and now I'm probably in the best shape of my life. So right now, 48 is pretty amazing.
Yeah, awesome. At 49, I got ready for 50 for a year in the gym. Same thing at 59. 70 is the first time I slowed down.
Damn, I had no idea y'all were this old. Like, I had no... You don't sound like you're 70, David. Like, you give me, like, 45.
I have a lot of young people around me to keep me young.
Can we talk about, like, I was on a plane ride recently, and there was a book that was showing the fruits and vegetables that you eat resemble the body organ that it actually helps. Like a pomegranate is great for your heart, a walnut great for your brain, tomato, like, and it actually, when you cut them in half, they actually look like the organ. It's fucking crazy.
And ain't that crazy when you know God exists and you just know that he did, God was just being God.
So let me ask this. I want to ask this question to Mother and Holly. Do you guys think there's any truth to the rumor that semen is good for a face, like for the skin? Do you guys use semen to cleanse your face?
What? Hold on, did I miss something? Oh no, you said that's the Mother and Holly. I'm sorry. Shut the fuck up.
I don't doubt it. But I personally do not use semen on my face.
I mean, doesn't sperm have a lot of like positive enzymes and zinc and protein? Like, it wouldn't shock me.
It's mostly water and a little bit of those things, but I'd keep it out of your eye. That's for sure.
But yeah, I mean, I figured it would be better than just water.
Interesting.
Why, you want to try it, Moji?
Listen, typically, where I like to put my load would be inside of a female's anatomy. It's just less messy that way. I'm not a big fan of like, oh, hey, pull it out and put it on her boobs or put it on her back. Like, nah. I'm gonna put it where I was designed to put.
So there was this one guy I was dating, and he was like insistent on nutting on my face, and I was like, dude, stop. No, that's never gonna happen. And then I knew he was toxic. That's just a red flag. If a man is pressuring you to nut on your face,
It's definitely a flex for sure. It's a flex. Holly went on mute because she doesn't want to get caught up in this madness.
I mean, people love to pretend like they haven't tried it before.
It's funny. I asked Holly and Mother, and Kima came off mute. He was like, "Let me speak on that."
Yeah, I walked dead into the fucking alley. I had no business in. I had to rewind.
But to be fair, of all the people in this room, Kima probably has the most experience. He's got like 55 kids.
57. Don't tell me, Sean. I got 57, man. Don't tell me.
And they're all awesome. One more awesome than the rest, I would say, but they're all awesome.
Yeah, they are getting better. This 1-year-old right there, this fucker is gonna be, I ain't call him a fucker, but I promise he's gonna be like 7'9", like 900 pounds, like all muscles. Like, it's like, just watch. You see, watch in like 10 years, you're gonna see the fucking Hulk, you're gonna see the fucking Incredible Hulk walking around in real life.
Hey, what about your other son that was gonna get drafted? Did that happen?
Oh, yeah, he played for the Cowboys. He signed a contract with the Cowboys for $3 million, then got released, made some of the money, and had a trial with the Raiders. But not actually, he's in the CFL right now, working to get back to the NFL. So he did make it, but he got waived. Yeah. His name Jason Johnson, if anybody wants.
That's really cool, though. I mean, like, look. A lot of people don't give thought. Like, they'll see somebody make the NFL and get cut, or make the NFL and ride the pine, and they'll be like, "Oh, that guy sucks." And it's like, dude, if you ever get signed by an NFL team, you are one of the very best human beings to ever play the sport. I mean, people don't put this in its proper context. There's not many people that get to play or even get signed in the NFL. So that's good shit, dude.
I think while we're talking about Kima history, I was very mistaken one day in a room talking about maybe how often people have been shot at. And Kima mentioned over 10 times, Kima? At least 10?
Every time I've been shot at, yeah. I've been shot once, shot at well over 10 times. I probably can't even count. Like, yeah, well over that.
So, God wants you here.
Somebody didn't though, but I guess God won that battle so far. So I appreciate it.
I got a guy in my business group, and I have to say this really quickly. Baron Lee, L.I. You can look it up. You can Google it. He was going through a nasty divorce, and his wife, who was of Vietnamese descent, hired 2 high school kids to take him out, and they pumped 10 bullets into him while he was sitting in his car in his apartment house parking lot, and he's lived, and he's doing quite well. Runs a great handyman business.
So you mentioned, I never mentioned, like the mother of my child right now, my 1-year-old, it was 4 years ago, she was shot 5 times. Yeah, and she's still kicking, but yeah. Some people are blessed. We call that blessed, but yeah.
I don't understand.
What don't you understand, Holly?
Like, how is this happening?
People getting shot?
Yeah, why does this keep... Why?
It happens a lot in America.
I mean, America is built on war. Like, look at the war that's going on right now. Like, they might drop nuclear bombs, so to wonder why humans shoot each other. Like the apple don't fall far from the tree.
I think it's bigger than just guns. I think it's a cultural phenomenon in this country. Like, this is just an aggressive nation, and then we train our people to be aggressive as a social norm, and therefore we have higher death rates. I think it's more than just guns or access. This country glorifies aggression. It's true. This
Let me ask you this. Do you think you would feel safer if you were in, like, I don't know, like, you think you would feel safer in Venezuela?
I don't think Venezuela is a good example. This is basically a gang running like a.
Okay. What about Brazil? I just want to keep in the Western Hemisphere, right? Like,
not Rio, but yeah, parts of Brazil.
When it comes to feeling safe, the only country that I feel safer than in the Western Hemisphere is Canada. There's nothing in Latin America that I would feel safer in than the U.S., period. The Caribbean can be very dangerous for certain people. Here's Issa. She could speak on this stuff. Let's see if we can bring her up. Issa, we were talking about countries to feel safe in, and I was telling Mother that I feel... well, how about in Latin America? Like, which country do you feel the safest in?
Oh yeah, if shit hits the fan here in Europe, I definitely go back to my country. Nothing is gonna happen there.
I'm talking about just like we were talking about like violence, like on the street, like getting robbed or shot or whatever. And Nicholas was making the point that he thinks that the U.S. is the worst, and I think that there's many countries in the Western Hemisphere that are far more dangerous.
I don't know, dude. I mean, in Guatemala, it's still illegal to shoplift. You know, it's not the case anymore in the U.S.
They actually ended the whole allowing you to shoplift thing. That ended at the end of last year.
I don't know what to tell you. Maybe it's just like a mentality thing, but I feel safer in my country than in your country.
Interesting.
Maybe because I know already like how to navigate, and so I kind of like already have it measured. But yeah, I don't know.
I think feeling safe is like kind of subjective though. Like you say, like you're in an environment. Like I'm in Chicago and I feel totally safe on just about any streets except if I go to Mexican neighborhood, I don't feel safe. But like most of the places in Chicago where most people won't feel safe, and I'm perfectly fine. Not saying I am perfectly fine in reality, but I feel that way.
Yeah, because you already know how to navigate, right?
Yeah, so I'm in Mexico, and I actually feel safer in Mexico than I do anywhere in the United States. It's crazy to even think that, but that's where.
Despite the hospitality of the people in Tijuana, I wouldn't exactly describe the way I felt in Tijuana as safe.
Well, that's in Tijuana. You know, maybe you're over by Revolution and all that. You know, the tourist places. But
I was at the Hong Kong club.
Well, Hong Kong is a little different.
Is Tijuana like a narco state?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
no, it's not.
Is.
No, it's not. It's there's a mix of things in Tijuana. There's medical tourism is huge. Like if you want to get dental work and you're in the Southwest United States, going to Mexico, going specifically to Tijuana is like a big popular thing. And then the other thing is the whorehouses. People like to go to the whorehouses in Tijuana.
I think part of the reason why I feel relatively safe going back to DR is because I know that most of the crime is just focused on like petty theft, like grabbing your purse or pickpocketing or whatever. Like it is very unlikely that you're going to get gunned down or kidnapped in DR. You're probably just going to get your wallet.
Well, I mean, you can also find yourself in the middle of a crossfire. But
is that a thing in Nicaragua?
No, in Guatemala.
Oh, Guatemala. We don't really it's pretty rare, because guns and usually you have to have some level of organized crime. So you can't manufacture guns on that island, right? Haiti gets most of their illegal weapons from Florida or from the U.S. But like for the most part, like the people who have weapons on our side of the island are police officers. They carry the big AK-47 type of weaponry you see in like Mexico. And that's why when Americans flip out about like, oh, you know, military weapons for the police, I was like, that's just normal for us. I don't even, that is.
Oh yeah. You see a lot of guards and police and whatever with the big guns, but people carry guns in my country.
Oh.
Like normal people carry guns. Yeah.
I just, we were talking earlier about stock market on Monday, what it's going to do. There's this article I just opened up that says S&P 500 and NASDAQ futures set for volatile open as traders brace for sector rotations after Iran strike. Brent crude may approach $90 if Iran supply drops. Goldman Sachs outlines oil price risk as trading reopens. Traders expect energy gains and tech pressure as markets reprice geopolitical risk at Monday's open. So I'm going to buy some Northrop Grumman tomorrow. That's what I'm going to do. I don't know about
you. Better get some oil stocks. Get in them oil stocks. I told you, and you just confirmed it. You better get in them oil stocks.
So I was going to say, who called me?
The stock market in Israel was doing pretty well today.
Yeah, I think the world's going to respond positively to this. I think
everything was green in the stock market in Israel. Everything.
So I was going to say real quick. Oh, sorry, Issa, go ahead. Did I cut you off? Sorry, I was in the Matrix. Can you guys hear me?
No, you didn't. It was just like a quick phrase. Go ahead.
Oh, so I was going to say, the only thing that I'm concerned about, right, like, so I feel like as Latinos, we're kind of removed from this Middle East situation, but the oil price situation is detrimental to my country, right? So we import a lot of our oil at the moment. We don't have a lot of domestic manufacturing, so they signed an agreement with Guyana, right? And they want to get more oil from Guyana, but they don't have the infrastructure in place to replace other sources of energy. So they're working towards that. But this will cause inflation to go up in my country, and that's a bad thing. So that's one thing.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm under the understanding that 90% of the oil produced by Iran goes to China, and that accounts only for somewhere between 15 and 17% of Chinese consumption. Now, the key thing here is that most of the oil of the world goes through Iranian territory. And so the fear is that they will block, or make it hard for it to pass. But I doubt that I think that if they do that, it would be a foolish move, because then the whole world will be even less supportive than it is right now. So I don't think that Israel or the U.S. or whomever, will allow them to just like block the channel or how do you call it?
Strait of Hormuz.
It's like a double-edged sword, in my opinion.
But they're gonna blow up the revenue stream. So
they're helping Russia. Like Iran and Russia are allies, and if they do block it, oil can go up, and Russia makes tons of money. So I think this is me. I think this is really.
Yeah, but if they do anything like that, Hakima, they would get even more in trouble. So it's not in their favor if they do something like that, because they would be messing up with the whole world.
Clearly, they don't care. They've been messing up the whole world for 50 years. So I don't think they care about that. If they daddy, which is Russia, is saying like this will help us, I think they're gonna do it because it's gonna help.
Hold on, guys. I think the point that Issa made that you might have missed, Hakima, is that if 90 to 91% of Iranian oil is sold to China, if Iran cuts production or stops oil moving through the strait, the biggest impacted country, the country impacted the most, will be China. Now, China will then switch and start
start buying their oil elsewhere. That's true, but they will be cranky as fuck with Iran if that large of amount of oil is cut off from them. So I think Iran has to be very.
So it's 90% of the production of Iran, but it only accounts for 15% of the consumption of oil in China.
Yeah, but 15% is a lot.
Yeah, I guess it's a lot. I'm not minimizing it, but it's not like like over 50% or even close to it. It's what they get from Iran. Now the problem is not only about the production of Iran, but the rest of in the region, the oil goes through Iranian territory through the strait.
Right.
And so that is what they're concerned about. But I mean, right now, the situation in Iran is that the U.S. and Israel are completely in control of the airspace, and they're basically in control of the country. So if they happen to do anything that fucks up with the economy of the world, I think that they could take control also of the strait. I don't know, maybe don't believe me too much because I'm just a woman, but I think that could be a thing,
Well, as a woman, you're wrong. No, I'm just kidding. So I was gonna say real quick. I actually think that we're ignoring the biggest loser in the room, which is going to be the Europeans, right? They are unable to turn to Russia at this point for additional oil, and on top of that, it makes them too reliant on the United States to fill additional energy gaps, right? And also the liquefied natural gas that also goes through there as well, predominantly is routed to Europe. America is not as reliant at this point. We have our own alternative sources, but I think they're going to get.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think another number that people missing though, like you say, China get 15% of the oil from Iran, but regardless of what, 20% of the world's oil supply goes through that strait. 20% is not a small number when we talk about oil. So and oil, the price of the oil don't just change for this country. It's a global number. So 20% of the oil supply gets.
Yeah, but that is assuming, Hakima, that they will have the balls to actually block it, And you need to also.
I'm not making the position they're gonna do. I'm saying if. I have no idea what they're.
But also you need to think about their capacity right now, because it's not only that they want to, but it's also what they're able to. Because right now, I mean, their government and their administration has been completely decimated, right? So if you will need the military and some resources in order to block the strait, I mean, they're not just going to put their sign that says it's blocked, right?
No. I actually read and looked into it though. I mean, I ain't dig too far into it, but they saying there's a way that Iran could just simply sink some ships or boats or whatever, and that will block it. They don't have to physically be there. They can do something that will block it by sinking ship. I ain't dig into it. You can look into it if you care about it, but they don't have to have a military there. They can just literally block it.
I almost feel like this would be the beginning of the end for them, because if you're going to block all your revenue streams, at some point, how are you going to make your income? No one's going to give them a loan once they run.
You can't say no, man. They got Russia and China.
Yeah, but Russia has no intention.
The way I see what's going on with Israel and Iran, of course, they do got issues amongst themselves, but I think this is a bigger proxy war. This is the United States against Russia and China through Israel and Iran.
I don't agree. I don't agree. Bro.
I mean, you can disagree, but I'm letting you know that that's how I see it, and if you dig into it, it's a credible thought. It's exactly the truth. It's 100% a credible thought.
Okay, I partially agree. Sorry, I jumped the gun there, and I didn't mean to cut you off. I got to relax a little bit. But what I was going to say was, okay, Russia is preoccupied with Ukraine, so they are going to talk the big game, but they're not going to send any troops or weapons or whatever, because they currently need them to bomb the fuck out of Ukraine. The Chinese are very transactional. They are not going to risk their $600 billion in trade a year with the United States to go get involved with Iran. And then you have Hezbollah, who just said, we're not getting involved with this. I was shocked. They were the first people to be like, nope, we're not getting involved with this. And they were supposed to be like their axis of resistance, their number one ally. They were the first people to basically tell them, you're on your own.
Hey, Mother, if we ain't learned nothing else, fuck what people words say. Trump act like he was gonna wait 2 weeks. What someone says does not matter. We have to sit back and really watch what happens because people can say anything.
Well, I said by the way, I called this strike. I'm just saying, the moment that the B-2 bomber left Missouri, I was like, we're going to bomb the fuck out of them. I said that yesterday before we attacked them, and nobody believed me. I was like, would we be moving the B-2 bombers if we weren't going to bomb? I also think I think people like Iran are not, they are allies, yes, but also China and Russia do not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. So I don't know if those are like, how much they're going to come and support them.
Well, I think the possible thing is for Iran to just stop any American vessels from crossing the Hormuz because of the hostile actions that America did toward Iran. But for other nations, that would be foolish because they haven't done any hostile action against Iran. So they should put some kind of a sanction on any American vessel carrying the American flag on crossing. That's the legal stuff to do.
I kind of missed that. You said who should do that for the?
Iran should stop any American vessel from crossing the Hormuz because America is the one who initiated, the one who committed the aggression against Iran, not China, not anybody else.
You're an idiot.
So only American vessels.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but do they have the ability to stop American vessels? Like,
yeah, try.
Easy. Okay, easy. It can be done easily.
Well, what if America sticks an aircraft carrier? Then what?
Any aircraft carrier, it calls only hypersonic missile, and will be go to history, right? So history.
Thank God Iranians don't have you as their prime minister because you would ruin.
They can stop hypersonic.
They can definitely wipe out an aircraft carrier with a hypersonic missile, but that would mean the end of Iran. It's something I'm not rooting for. I'm just saying, like, that would be a huge escalation, and it would be like literally like a
I heard that the IRGC is hiring because they lost a lot of generals. I think you two should apply.
Oh no, I'm good.
Generals, they don't fight all general, just like me. I'm not general, but I'm old. Okay. All generals, they don't fight. They probably would.
Yeah, you sound super strategic. You sound very wise. I think you should apply for a job at the IRGC. They would take you.
Yeah, the general's not fighting, but they are definitely dying at a rapid rate. So.
Yeah. So what they can do, and I think they should do it like anyways, because those nuclear plants, I think it costs Iran like substantial amount of years to build and cost lots of money, and the aircraft carriers would cost the same thing, same amount. So for each plant, they can, I'm not suggesting they should do, but they can take out one aircraft carrier for each plant. And it's easy to do, right? Like with those hypersonic missiles, 1 or 2 on each one, cost each one about $5 million. There will be history, and there will be good lesson for the United States not to interfere with a sovereign country. I'm not suggesting that they should do, but they can, I believe. Those hypersonic missiles that we see every day, they're really, really strong and unstoppable. Nobody can stop them, right? And I believe Russia is playing the strings behind the scene. She knows, Russia knows that the United States playing the strings in Ukraine. Okay, so Russia might start to play the strings in Iran too against the United States, right? This game will play the same game, right? They will play the same game, okay? You hit me with Ukrainian hand, and I will hit you with Iranian hand, right? So this way it will be just even. What do you think?
Kima, it's great to talk to you and everyone. I've got to run away to the gym, but I've enjoyed seeing it today.
Hey, David, shut it down before you go, because I'm tired of it. Just shut it down.
Okay, thanks everyone. We'll do it again. Anytime you see Mojo, we know him as Roger. It's usually going to be an interesting room. Thank you, Wallace.
And your body will naturally outgrow it for a reason. And then of course we all know that it has certain side effects that can do permanent damage, to certain organs. And that medicine is not meant to be taken for, a lifetime, or certain medicine that is. Like, somebody mentioned earlier, the glucoside for diabetes and, high blood pressure medication. It's like I said, is meant to treat, but not cure. So I just wanted to get a pulse on, what y'all think about, the purpose of medicine. Because my stance is that, and I'm not anti-medicine, but at the same time, I'm kind of like a mix in between, holistic and, self-care as well. That you take it for a certain condition for a certain period of time, and then once your body, I guess it no longer works, you get off of it. Like, for instance, again, for me, and I'll be very brief with this, I have seizure disorder, and I've been on Kitover for like 10 years, 10, 11 years. And I am motivated now to get off this medication because I've always learned, I've always knew, but I didn't take it seriously until a couple of years ago, that me being on this medication for a prolonged period of time will affect my liver. So I had that discussion, with my doctor, and, she said, have you had any episodes recently? And I said, no, I haven't had any episodes in the last 5 to 6 years. So that's kind of been like the motivating factor to kind of get off this medicine, is because of the long-term side effects. What do you all think about that?
Hey, I'll say something.
Go ahead. Who was that? Can I? Well, go ahead. How are you?
Yeah, I'd like to say something. Yeah, medicine, if you look at the definition of healthcare, and then look at what your hospital does, look at the definition, and treating is different than prevention. That's two different businesses, treating versus prevention. Even here where I live, in the major hospital, some doctors out of Maryland, they put up some billboards around town. There's a Chick-fil-A in the bottom, and that medical group is opposed to that. And people in the hospital, they're taking food. Food is one of your most potent medicines there is. Food. And treating is
It's nothing wrong with someone needs we need doctors, we need hospitals, because people do break legs, people get in car accidents. We do need that. But preventing, if the hospitals was to get everybody healthy, it was shut down. If you Google it or AI, whatever you want to do, there's a lot of hospitals going out of business because the information is getting out there slowly.
Okay. I'll go after you and me, John.
My bad, Dad. First, I want to acknowledge Miss Lisa in this moment because that is our local medical expert, and I know it's burning her up inside to hear any misinformation medically. So
I'm dying over here.
That's why I came off the mic.
We got that. I went and took a shower. I got up. I brushed my I went back in the shower and washed my hair. I can't. Like, guys, stop. I gotta jump in.
Gemini, I just want to acknowledge her in this moment, but I do want to say that.
Gemini, that's why I came off the mic first, because I was going to respond to what he said as the other medical professional.
Well, you know what, then I should go after you. I yield. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Dap. You got expert. We got that.
Some of the
I am talking. I'm special.
No, you're not. So, Chris, so one of the things that you said was correct. The thing you said that was correct was the food within itself. Yes, that's a fact. That has an effect on our system overall. It does. It really does. And the environment as well as genetics. It the processed foods, the foods that are even sometimes when it says organic, but they still use some form of pesticides, all of that. So the reason why a lot of hospitals are closing, it's not because of what you stated. A lot of hospitals are closing because of factors of funding. Certain a lot of corporate hospitals are buying out other hospitals, and when certain hospitals are in a rural area, they don't have certain amount of patients. They have to close certain amount of like wards per se. So those are the main reasons why hospitals are closing. A lot of doctors are forming together to leave the hospital system, and like let's say City MD here in New York, or like they go into other practices within each other, because a lot of them want to come out of the hospital system because there's a lot of good doctors that's still out there. And a lot of the things the hospitals, they, especially when they turn corporate, they do so much regulations that certain things, the doctors themselves, they want to give a certain amount of advice. Because even me, I'm not gonna get into my personal but I do see a rheumatologist, and me and her, because she's from India and I'm from another country as well, me and her, we chop it up from that level. There's a lot of surgeons that's born here in America. We chop it up at that level too. We all do. Because some of them, they know what's going on in the health system, and me, myself, as a medical professional person. It's bullshit. Do you know what I tell some of the my patients? I let them know, I refer them to herbal stuff. I really do. When we could talk before we go into where we bring them, I refer them to like herbal stuff. When I go and pre-op them, I speak to them in a certain way because I have to look in their chart first to see what's going on, and I speak to them on a lot of things. So, Chris, I'm just going to give you pushback with that. No. The hospitals are closing because of money issues. And if the corporate hospital don't see it fit to buy out that hospital because they're not going to profit from it, they're closing it.
But the reason, the number one reason a business go out of business is because of cash flow. It don't matter what business you're in. I'm in the real estate business. I own a lot of real estate. It would shut down if I don't have any cash flow. And there's a reason that I don't have cash flow.
Were you done with your submission?
Yeah, that's why I didn't tell him. Thank you for that, though, Gemini. I was finished, Chris. That's why I didn't respond back to you. Well, go ahead. And Chris, don't be too long with it. These other people want to talk, or you want to.
I want to get in after him too because I was going to go, but you're the expert, so it would make more sense for you to respond.
Can I just say one thing?
Okay.
One thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a medical portion, so we're going to concede because Lisa is burning her up and she's the expert, so go ahead.
No. I just wanted to let you guys know this is a really important room. I mean, I don't know if people are taking it lightly or seriously, but I just want to say there are approximately 21. I did research for this room. There are approximately 21 million Black men in the United States. Black men suffer far worse health than any other racial group in America. Let me tell you that one more time. Black men suffer far worse health than any other racial group in America. There are a number of reasons for this: racial discrimination, lack of affordable health services, poor health, education, cultural barriers, poverty, and employment. Meaning that a lot of giggers and people kind of work that a lot of our young men do. They don't offer health insurance. So that's another big thing. If you don't have health insurance, trust me, there is something out there you can afford. It might not be at the level that you want it, where you're like zero for everything you go in, zero meds, zero copay for physicians, 0, 0, 0. But you got to start somewhere. You just can't be out here without any type of coverage, because once something does happen to you, it is major money, and they're going to come after you. 23% of Black men 18 years of age and older smoke cigarettes. 40% of Black men 20 years of age and older have hypertension. I was shocked at this number. 40% of Black men 20 years of age and over have hypertension. 40% of Black men die prematurely from heart disease, as compared to half of that with white men. And I was surprised at this, when also 38, but it all depends on whose metrics we're using, 38 of Black men 20 years of age and older are obese. The leading cause of death for Black men, once again, is heart disease. Second is cancer. 3 is stroke. Stroke seems to be a lot going on in our communities lately. A lot of people are stroking out in the Black community. Last thing, Black men live 1.7 years less. 7.1, excuse me, 7.1 glorious more years. Black men live less than any other racial group. So I got some things for you guys, and hopefully you guys are getting something from this and learning.
Love you, Lisa. All right, so she's not going to give any more submissions until the end of the room where everybody comes in, and that was a wonderful submission.
Thank you for that, Lisa.
I got more.
Thank you for real though. That was very valid information. What I did want to say was, one thing I've noticed is a lot of the medication is tended to treat the problem temporarily, and it has negative long-term effects if you stay on it. So what I've learned, and from family members and personal, is lifestyle changes. Not going on a diet or something like that, but lifestyle changes. Go convert yourself to a low sodium lifestyle, right? You can have a cheat meal or two, but go low sodium. Try to be conscious of the type of protein that you ingest and things like that. Like, don't just try to be active. Try to commit yourself to working out 3 to 5 days a week, even if it's just for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Just start there. You know what I mean? Once you build that habit, after a couple of weeks of doing it, you won't even think about it anymore. It'll be a part of who you are. It'll be a part of your routine. You'll feel weird not doing it because it's Tuesday and you usually go to the gym, right? So I think those elements make a big deal. Those are just small changes to have large, long-term impacts, because even if they put you on that blood pressure medicine right now, it doesn't mean that you want to stay on that for the next 5 to 10 years. That means you want to start working out. You want to start eating low sodium diet. You want to do things that can take you off of that medication and your body can function without it. How are you?
I mean, I don't really have not anything else left to say because y'all said it all. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, what Gemini just said was really important. I mean, I want to emphasize the fact that medications can prevent problems. I mean, just imagine, imagine your blood vessels acting like pipes, and you have like high water pressure and you're burst at some area, or they're going to leak somewhere. That's what the blood pressure medication is for. The blood pressure medicine will actually either relax the pipes a little bit or enlarge them just a little bit so that the pressure comes down and you don't get as much pressure on those pipes. You don't get a leak. You don't get a sudden burst.
VIA through the kidneys.
Say it again, sir.
Via through the kidneys.
Yeah, you get kidney damage as well. But that doesn't mean just.
I'm sorry, I'm just adding on. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the kidneys help to filter out and regulate your blood pressure.
That's true, absolutely. And the kidneys actually have hormones that help control blood pressure as well. So there's a number of different factors that go along with kidneys are tremendously important in terms of controlling blood pressure. But the point I was trying to make is that, the blood pressure medications are a tool that are needed. You don't want to walk around with like high pressure in those pipes, not addressing it, because lifestyle, while it does work to bring down your blood pressure, it doesn't work as quickly. And frequently you can combine the two. Once you add in a lifestyle, once your blood pressure does come down, at a certain point you can come off of those medicines. I've seen that happen tons of times. It just depends on the amount of effort. And this may sound a little bit strange to this particular crowd, but some people would rather just take medicine and deal with it through pills rather than make any kind of lifestyle changes. I mean, it really depends on personality and what people desire to do. But blood pressure medicine, that's not always permanent. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. You can go on them, but you can also go off them. Most people just don't want to put in the effort to go off of them. High blood pressure, high cholesterol medicine, depending on the condition that someone's placed on those, frequently you can come off of those too. It just depends on why it was originally prescribed. That one's a little bit more trickier. And it same goes, if one has non-insulin dependent diabetes, but they are on insulin, then yes, they can come off their insulin at some point if they put the effort at controlling their lifestyle and getting their weight down.
I want to share something about prevention too as well. So when it first happened, right, and we was talking when it first happened, the aneurysm first happened. We asked how did it happen. My mom never been sick, never been to the hospital, pushing 70, she was 70, 70, we'll be 70 in July, but she was all for a holistic approach. Drink water, vitamin C, all for, outliving all her friends. She was a big advocate of holistic and I can, she had to go to, we wasn't vaccinated until I was a man. And so, but one of the things that they said that could have prevented it, you said it was taking unchecked blood pressure medication. She was diagnosed with she had prescribed blood pressure medication years back, and she was like, I don't need this. I know what I gotta do. No ego salt. I'm just gonna do myself. Not understanding that the older she gets, she can't do the same thing she did in her 40s or in her 50s. The older you get, the more assistance you may need. And so that right there is really important, because if and buts, whatever, but that prevention medicine medication, they cited that if she would had took the medication that was prescribed to her, it could have, alleviated, it made this situation episode may not have happened the way that it happened. So prevention, right, you can take medication, not just treat it, but also prevention medication. So if your doctor's telling you, hey, listen, it's precaution, we want to give you this, sometimes it's not them trying to game you. They're really trying to prevent something from actually happening. And ignoring it and trying to go the other route, yes, can help from some, but depending on your age, your body, your type, how you are, your diet levels, it may not be the choice for you particularly as well. So what works for some might work for everybody.
Okay, so to sum up a lot of things that were said,
I think people still have the notion that you go to the doctor, you get a medication because X, Y, Z, and that's how it goes. And if you don't go to the doctor, if nobody goes to the doctor, hospitals will expel. They'll just close down. You got to go to the doctor regardless. You got to see doctors just as checkups. The key word is checkup. You know, you always want to make sure your health is on point because there are so many different ailments that can be diagnosed from each individual that there's no way that you could possibly know what is going on with you as an individual. I forgot how many mutations that a human being have in their lifetime, but we go through all of these different changes, and it can mean anything. Okay, I mean seriously, it can mean anything. It can come from your environment, habits, things like that, or it can come from genetics. So you got to go to the doctor. You got to get checked just to make sure, just to see what ailments could be ailing you. At the same time, again, hospitals will not close because of this notion that people won't go to the doctor. They will always go to the doctor. And that doesn't mean you'll be prescribed a medication. They might give you a lifestyle changes. Doctors always recommend lifestyle changes. I don't know if people think this notion that they never give you reduce your food intake, have, so much a portion of sugar or salt or whatever. Like, these doctors say this all the time. Maybe it's my imagination, but I've always gotten this information from my physicians throughout my life. And I did pretty decent. So, hospitals will always exist. Oh, by the way, did everybody get their My Chart? Everybody got a phone on this app. I think everyone has a phone.
I definitely have my My Chart.
Yes, please get your My Charts, everybody. I need to stay on point and go to it right now and look at it. Schedule that appointment that you didn't schedule, because I know all y'all didn't. The one I talked about last week, So schedule that, get your My Chart, make sure everything's on point. Always look at it, make sure you're not missing anything, and make sure every hospital is connected that could be connected.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to finish to say that right.
Yeah. So please do that. I'm an advocate for that. So, but next.
I wanted to add or overlap, our physical health and the focus, of the dialogue has predominantly been on, men and diabetes. But what you and Royal just spoke, it woke up in me, and I saw Mel had said this in the chat as well. But to me, it overlaps with our mental state, whatever state we're in, and it brings in my ear a question that Black had put out there, maybe an hour or so ago that I've been marinating out of my head is like why don't, I'll say this for my family that I saw with my dad and men, the Black men in my family, who refuse to go to a doctor, refuse to go to a hospital for anything until damn near the leg had to be fallen off, or be in excruciating pain that Epsom salt couldn't cure. And so that had me thinking, and I just bring this up as the evolution of the conversation and hopefully in a solution. Not going to the doctor, what causes that? Is it just a fear? I've talked to my dad about this, and I think he's in his older years. closer because he's just like, son, you know, I'm scared. And I was like, okay, so you knew something was wrong with me. You knew you did not have the means to, you know, figure it out yourself, but you didn't go to the doctor because you were scared that they would either confirm or tell you what was wrong and then tell you how to, you know, resolve it, whether it was diabetes or, I don't know, a paper cut. And to me, that got me thinking deeper into the, like, okay, well, what trauma or what happened in his life growing up, you know, obviously before he became a parent to me and my siblings. And is that something that other men have seen in, you know, in the men in their lives or their own? And yeah, just adding that where my head is at, thinking like the overlap of making sure our mental health is tight, and that, in my opinion, hopefully should help us get stronger on our physical health and vice versa.
Let me tell you a quick story. I was around 23, I want to say. So I had this weird crustacean over my eyelids or something like that. I don't remember the exact thing, but it was just weird. And I'm like trying to clean it, and this is going on like a week now, and none of it made any sense. I'm like, wait, why is this happening? Well, whatever bacteria I had going on, I couldn't fix it, obviously, right? Finally, somebody, why don't you go to a doctor? Ooh, great idea. So I went to a doctor, and they recommended me to, see I forgot the specialist. And the dude just gave me an eye drop. Yeah, ophthalmologist. He gave me an eye drop. Shit was cured in like 24 hours, bro. Like, I mean, I want you to think about this. The bacteria was gone in 24 hours. So I was living with this thing for a week for no damn reason. And if I would have lived with it further, it could have damaged my eye. I want y'all to think about that for a second. Something took 24 hours to heal once they applied the right medication that I let sit there and fester for a week. And if I let it fester more, it could have damaged my eye.
Because I think sometimes we've been conditioned so much as men to say, just take it and just go on with it and, suck it up, this whole vulnerability thing is new for us as men. I think all of us can agree. And being able to tap in, just to ask, are you okay? Is everything good? Are you going to the doctor? I think that's starting to become a norm now for us to have that conversation, which is okay, But I also think it's all about giving ourselves the grace as well, being allowed to have that grace to be able to say, yeah, I'm not okay. And to your point, my eye has been twitching, or what's going on with my eye. I've been self-medicating it for a while, and I just don't know how to say I'm not doing too good, I'm not feeling well. I don't know who to go to. I don't know if I need to go to an ophthalmologist or I don't need to go to the ER. So yeah, I think it's a pattern where, 9 times out of 10, if our fathers, we didn't have the representation of our fathers, seeing our fathers get regular checkups or be told, hey, you need to go to the doctor and get your normal checkups. 9 times out of 10, their father didn't have that representation as well. So it's decolonizing, the mindset that it's okay to mask when it's not okay to mask, but to be okay with having open conversations and not feeling ashamed if you don't know something. The only stupid questions there are the ones that are not asked. That's my take on it.
individuals not going to the doctor, resolving health issues of many kind, and that could be mental or physical.
Yeah, so we're talking about Black men's health. Some of the barriers when it comes to proper dieting, going to see the doctors, it could be financial, it could be emotional. But yes, we're talking about Black men's health in all aspects. And it's overlap between Black men's physical health and Black men's mental health. Early diagnosis, everything like that.
Okay, got it. Yeah. For me, what I just started doing at the end of last year was beginning to get my blood work done, like every 4 months or so, and running that and seeing kind of where I am and what it means for me long term, and then just beginning to learn how to make the adjustments to fix it so that I could expand my life. I mean, I even went as far as like putting all the blood work results into ChatGPT and asking it to be an actuary and seeing like, when would it predict I die, right? And so the first set of blood work, it was like 73. I was unhappy with that. So second time I did it, it was 80. And, for the next time, like I'm working to get to be at a point where it's like 85, 90 because, like my blood work indicates that. So that's how I've kind of thought about it in terms of thinking of it proactively instead of letting something happen.
Just curious, CEO, did they use something called an ASCVD calculator for that, or do you know?
Ed, you can ask him again. He just got off the phone.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking if you would ask the AI and it used something called an ASCVD calculator, or there's also something called a Framingham. Did it use something like that to give you those numbers?
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, I basically put in all my blood work, and this was like everything, full panels, vitamin D level, ASD, glucose, like everything, right? Very comprehensive. So I put all that in and just asked it to act like an actuary, and it broke down what my trouble areas were, where I was doing well, how to address that, and based on where I am right now, like what I can expect. And the first time I got it, it also even went as far as to say that like in your 60s, you might have some mental decline, right? So I took that real seriously. So that's why, I ended up like making some significant adjustments.
Yeah, there are some medical calculators that doctors have access to that can kind of give you numbers like that. It would be interesting if you took that data to your doctor and asked him or her to compare that to some of the available ones. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I'll try that.
Some powerful stuff today.
So, is everyone done giving their summary on our issues of health and mental issues?
I only have one more point I wanted to mention, because I think for some reason I was thinking about dialysis. Maybe somebody had mentioned it or not, but just keep in mind, at least in terms of dialysis, diabetes is the number one cause of dialysis. So making sure you keep your blood sugars controlled. Diabetes is the number one cause of people going on dialysis, and high blood pressure is number two. So you want to address those before they cause that kind of damage. So just keep that in mind.
So what can we do to talk about some action planning, right? We're well versed, we're well aware, and some of us have exposure and resources. What can we do to help our community get healthier? Like what can we starting now, next, and later? Like what are some things we can do to get the ball rolling when it comes to, awareness, exposure, or even just, allowing them to understand and get the access to better health? What can we do? I want to talk about some action plan.
Hey, this is what I've done myself in my home. I think it all starts in our homes. I started eating and doing things that I didn't want to do, and I had to shift. Stephen Covey bullet say, always think with the end in mind. When I eat grapefruit, I don't really like grapefruit, but I realized my wife and my son are watching me, so I have to set the example. And when I chew on walnuts, I don't really like walnuts, but for brain food, I need this for my eyes. And we have to set example for our families in our home. And then the extension is, through the outside, the neighbors. If we walk outside eating an apple, even someone who is homeless, we might give them a bag of apples. Because I went to give a homeless guy a comforter, and he held up a package of cigarettes. And I wasn't going to go buy him cigarettes, something that would hurt him. But if he had held up an apple, I would have went and bought him a bag of apples with no problem. So we have to set the example in our own homes. And then extension comes from even my brothers and sisters right there. I send them texts, emails all the time, foods of what to eat, because I love them. And all 6 of them are alive today, and they're doing good. And I want to keep them healthy. And that's what I do in my home is I eat things I don't want to eat. Salads. I wasn't a fanatic about salads. Spinach. I love it because I realize this gets me to good health. The things if we want to have good health, we have to do things at a high level that other people ain't willing to do. And you have to eat foods that you have to get off these sodas. Find a way to drink more water try to get off the sodas. And slowly weaning yourself off those things, that's not giving you life. Because either you're eating to live or eating to die. All of us. Thank you.
So I second what he said just now. It's pretty good, especially about the food aspect of it. I think that's a start. That's how my life went. So, look. We need to understand what healthy food is because, surprise, surprise, everyone does not understand that. I don't get it personally because I've always eaten, for the most part, pretty on the healthy side. But we do have to understand that everyone doesn't get what that means. Like, what is nutritional food and what is bad food? That's a pretty simple way to start it out. So, because one of the best things is prevention, right? Before you even get to the doctor to give you the checkup, you have to understand that, okay, these particular things are going to give you probably bad outcomes health-wise, and these are going to be better outcomes health-wise, right? Starting from young, okay? So it can't be, oh, well, you're 35 now, so you can't eat this thing anymore. No, it should be a lifestyle of this is how we could eat, and dispelling the myth of healthy food is too expensive. That has never been a thing, to be honest with you. Yes, there are specialized food that might be expensive, like, let's say, avocados, for instance. That might be on the expensive side. But that's not the only thing that we need to eat, okay? There are plenty of other foods that are pretty good for you that'll keep you regulated and are just not that expensive, to be honest. And they definitely are cheaper than a Big Mac from McDonald's, which I haven't eaten McDonald's in 20-something years, so I don't even know what that's like. But the point is, we could find better foods to eat, and they are not expensive. Trust me when I say. So we have to dispel that myth first.
Hey, I'll tell you something I do frequently. At my doctor's, get a comprehensive blood test. So, like a micronutrient test and a vitamin deficiency test, because sometimes you do think you're eating healthy. You may be eating healthy, but you're deficient in a lot of shit just because, at one point when I thought I was eating healthy, I was just eating the same shit over and over. And then found out that I was being deficient in certain stuff. So, something that you can do. And, most medical insurance covers it, is a comprehensive blood test, micronutrient test, like a vitamin deficiency test, things like that.
You know what I would like to do? Because, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Black. I was just going to say, yeah, so to the point about community, for those of us that don't have kids, you can still spread the word, right? You can spread it with your friends if you have a partner in your life. Something as simple as like, how was your weekend? Good. What'd you do? Well, actually, I played some tennis, went for a run, did whatever, right? Just putting it out there. You meet up for lunch. Maybe you pass on the cheeseburger and fries, and you have a salad in front of a friend you haven't seen in a while. Just putting it out there, just kind of get the conversation going. Be like, because it's funny. I don't know if any of other men have experienced this. But if you're ever at a gathering, barbecue, or a party, it's funny. You'll see women sometimes when they're like, there's like a bunch of sugary stuff out there and treats, and sometimes some of the women will be like, it's like they have to justify taking one more cookie or something. They're like, okay, well, I've been good all week, so I'll be good all month, so just one more. You don't really see men doing that, right? We just take what we want. We want that sugary thing. We're going to do it. But on the flip side of that, I don't have a sweet tooth. I'll do desserts once in a while, but I've noticed sometimes that if I'm at a gathering like that, and someone offers me like a really sugary dessert or something like that, and I pass, they're like, "Oh, Moose, what's up? You're trying to get into that, bathing suit this summer or whatever." And it's like it's almost like a low key criticism because you're not taking, the sweets, and I think that's some projection on their end, but I don't know. I don't know if other guys ever experienced that. But I'm eating bananas every day. It's good for potassium. Apparently, it's good for the heart, which I didn't even realize. And I don't know if people have talked about it, but just good old fashioned. Just drown yourself in water every day. Set 8 to 10 glasses minimum per day. It has a plethora of health benefits. Just hydration in general. But yeah, it's just kind of funny. I've noticed that sometimes when it's like, all right, I'm going to be good, going to this party, but I'm not going to go crazy. Maybe I'll have a couple of sweet things or some, maybe some French fries I haven't had in 3, 4, 6 months, whatever. But sometimes I get a little slack where it's like, hey, Moose, what's up? You're not, you don't want any cake, especially if it's like at the job, right? They're like, they offer you cake for someone's birthday. And you're like, no, I'm good. And they just, give you that side eye. I don't know if anyone else experienced that.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I have, especially at work too. Actually, I gained 40 pounds plus because I did a lot of work meetings. And you go out, we travel, and you go to dinners, and then I'm not drinking. Like, oh, you ain't drinking? And then I remember my boss at my old job before I got this new one was like, you got to it's almost like part of your job description is to drink with the clients, is to eat with the clients. Go to these restaurants. So I saw myself indulging socially because I had to, because the pressure of if I didn't eat, it was weird. I didn't get the deal because what's wrong with you? Why do you like to eat the steak? And it kind of, I saw myself indulging socially to the point where it became part of my life. It was 9 o'clock dinners. I'm going to the hotel. Next thing I know, it's got a belly. It's like, oh man, what's going on here? And so yes, I do agree with the peer pressure thing because it is a thing, especially when it's in the business world too as well. I think that's a very under recognized thing. I have 2 ideas popped in my head today. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
I'm sorry. What you're waking up is a couple of things, and me is and the catalyst was the start of our discussion just on diabetes, but it's grown and evolved the conversation. But the pressure aspect, and I assume this is over. This is not just men. I assume this is women as well. But we're focusing on men's health, and because you just woke up to me when I was born and raised down south, and I assume this is not just a southern thing, but you go to grandmommy's house, and it's like, oh, child, man, we got to get some meat on them bones. And it's like, I'm actually good, I'm healthy, but the perception that if you are healthy, then and if you're healthy but you look unhealthy or you look thin, then we got to get some meat on the bones, and then the pendulum swings the other way. At least, and I'm speaking from an experience in my family. As I'm listening, you know, I'm like replaying moments in my life of observing how, like, the men in my family at gatherings are taught. Oh, my bad.
No.
Okay, my bad.
I'm saying Royal said something similar to what you just tweeted.
Oh, okay. Because, you know, how my female relatives have been interacted with when it comes to health, their appearance, and either being quote unquote, you need to have another hamburger, or you need to have another steak, or have another piece of cake, and the men and myself, that's another layer. I feel like that you guys are waking up, is that it's not just us being, you know, dealing with our own internal issues or whatever they may be, as to why you may or may not believe in one, you know, going to a doctor or not going to a doctor, or, you know, and then the outside factors of maybe that one comment that the one auntie says, or the one comment that the uncle says or cousin. It's like that has an impact. And then, like you're saying, when it's a social working event, and I've stood my ground on some of those personally, where we had some bosses that would always come into town, and they're like, "We're going to this barbecue joint." I'm like, "Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna have a salad, and I'm gonna have the lowest thing that will impact me." But that perception or that look, and the way I've gone about it is redirecting and using that as a teachable moment, and, you know, opening up a little bit, like, "Hey, listen, this is what I'm doing in my health because of X, Y, and Z." You know, I saw diabetes take my great grandfather. I was blessed and fortunate enough to have a relationship with him. Then my grandfather. Then my grandfather's brother. It's got my dad. It's got my uncle. And so, you know, that's my foundation of when you guys started this conversation of, you know, diabetes. That was personal to me, and then the overlap into the social pressures of health, and then my own insecurities. What did I have to fear? Why didn't I go to a doctor? And I, you know, in our icebreaker, and I shared like what I would tell my younger self when it comes to health. Trust your body. Don't ignore it. And so, yeah, anyway, yeah, I know I've gone on, but yeah, I don't know, you guys are really waking some stuff up for me personally. So.
Thanks for sharing that. You're right. A lot of people look up at me. Something woke up to me when we was talking today. I want to share this of what we could do, right? And I've been thinking about this. But actually, I thought about today. When everybody's saying, like, one of the things we talk about in Barracks is it's not hard to eat healthy, even if you don't have the finances for it. I agree with that, but I don't think people know where to go. We have this information, right? I would love, you know how we used to have the green book back in the day? But what if you had the green fork? It was like a little like passport, like a little like a stamp book, or like a book, a resource somebody can get and see, like, I'm in Philadelphia. What are the healthy, reasonable places I can go in Philadelphia to eat healthy? You know, like a scavenger hunt, right? Like a healthy scavenger hunt book where I can go in, Rolodex, and it's like, I know where, or website too as well, that can work, you know, 1920. But I can go and find these places healthy in my area, Black-owned or not, you know? I think that'd be pretty cool too as well. Also, I was thinking about something else. It's like having, like, how could we, one thing I think we do, like, man, we're competitors. If no matter what it is, you put some competition behind it, or you can bet on it, we're going to do it. I would love to have like an app where men can bet on themselves with their health, right? It's like, okay, I need to lose this X amount of weight. lower my cholesterol and blood sugar, I'm gonna put $20 on me and be incentivized to bet on yourself. And I think that'd be pretty cool too as well. I mean, feel free to steal that idea. That's one to be made. But like, I think those things right there, we can find ways to like give the resources to people so they can actually find it. Because I'll be honest with you, when I was traveling, sometimes I couldn't find anywhere to eat that's healthy. So I ate where I knew that was close. For 3 years I did that. I wanted to be healthy, but it's 10 o'clock. I'm just getting to the hotel. There's nothing out there, I can get a salad, but some salads be worse than the food. And so, one, creating a resource or like some kind of resource that people can like me or anybody can go and find these healthy places. And sometimes they don't know. And of course, Google's your friend or whatever, but I think that'd be pretty cool to have that. And second, that betting on yourselves. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Can I add one more thing that was, the notion that, it's, and I'm sure everything is, or some things, I should say, I don't like to use absolutes. Some things are relative, the expense, the notion that it's expensive to eat healthy. So, and sometimes we only can go with the options available to us, but you know what else is expensive? Fucking funerals. So, and especially if it was unnecessary and unwarranted. So, marinate on that. Like, listen, it's, it can be expensive to eat healthy, but the alternative, if we take it to the extreme, is checking out way before we're supposed to check out. And since, we're focusing, and then I'll park with this one. And I said that intentionally since, this is, predominantly men. Hopefully this is an analogy many of us guys can understand. Like, I'm a car designer, I'm a car guy, I'm a gearhead, blah, blah, blah. So, what's more expensive? Getting your oil changed in your car on schedule, or letting it go until that check engine light comes on. And then you're like, holy shit, they just told me I need to replace the engine. And that's going to cost even more money. So it's what are you going to spend up front versus, sorry, I'm at Petco now. What are you going to spend up front or spend later on? And it's an investment, to use the business vernacular that, I would assume many of us can relate to or understand. If I'm sitting here looking at a bill for like $100 and I'm being, just keeping it simple and facetious, but what am I getting back for that $100? Oh, I need to buy some ink for my printer. Okay, that's an investment because I need to print out stuff, or I need to buy some more paints for some artwork and canvases that I'm eventually going to turn that into something that I'll sell and get more money back. Okay, so it's an investment in you. It's an investment in me. It's an investment in those that care about you, whether you have children or not. It's one thing I firmly believe in, optimism in me, is that each and every one of us on the stage and in this room and listen to my voice, each and every one of us has somebody in this world that is thankful that you are in their life. So the investment in yourself and in your health, both physical and mental, is going to give you a return. It's going to be that ROI in you. But avoiding it and looking at the dollar just for dollar's sake, like, holy shit, this fresh fruit over here costs X dollars, but you know what? These gummy bears over here cost 20. It's still going in my stomach. All right. Ignore that oil change, and then later on, when your check engine light comes on and your car stops working, or later on, i.e., when your A1C is through the roof and they're sitting there telling you they got to amputate a couple of toes or an ankle or up to your ankle, you're like, this could have been avoided. So let's invest in ourselves. Look at it as an investment that you will get a return on. Back to you, man.
I agree with you. Let's thanks for that submission. Let's take a look at the chat because we were doing that in previous rooms and we kind of haven't done that in this one. And there's always some interesting things being said in the chat. Somebody was referring to our comments about whether it's expensive to eat healthy, and they were saying that the Whole Foods by their house is actually nasty. They were saying that it's went down, the quality have went down since Jeff Bezos' acquisition. 001 said something pretty interesting. He said, well, if you're dead, you don't care about the cost, right? Let's stop there, because that mentality is one that we have to combat. We can't allow that type of ignorance to coexist in this space. You absolutely have to care about the financial burden that you leave on your loved ones if you were to pass, right? I don't ever want to be a financial burden to anyone, right? I absolutely believe in having, at minimum, last will and testament, at best, a living trust, right? So there's different routes you can take to make sure that in the unfortunate event that you're not there to be able to continue to provide, which I hope you're already doing, for your loved ones around you, that you don't become a financial burden and you don't have the mindset of who cares, I'm dead, I don't care about bills anymore, because that's not us acting in our capacity as men to be protectors and providers, even post-mortem. I yield.
Hey, this is Chris. I think people should shift their mind when they get to the grocery store or get wherever they go and shop, and then they're looking at price. Because, check with your hospital where you're located, see what one night costs at that hospital. My brother was in the hospital about 90 days. That bill was over $100,000. And medical is the number one cause of most bankruptcies in this world, is medical costs. So when we look at things, that's why when I say I eat things I don't want to eat, I have to shift my mind to think that just like an athlete, when they're running hard and going the extra mile, they're thinking about their championship, what it's going to be like to cross that line when we get that trophy. And that's what you have to look at. If you're looking at price, should I get this junk food or should I spend an extra dollar to get the good right food? The right food will take you further. Like you say, you won't be a burden on your family. Even when my brother got sick 12 years ago, do you know, if me and my sister hadn't stepped in, he would have been done financially. He had a house that was too big, a car he couldn't afford, and me and my sister stepped in financially and saved from drowning. And if you Google it, the number one cause of bankruptcy is medical. So we have to think about that when we're looking at these prices. Don't get me wrong. I know if money is tight, you have to get what you get, but always have a heart for the best. I want the best grapes. I want the best salmon. I want the best this. It helps your self-image too. You'll start feeling and thinking better about yourself because you are worthy of the best. Everybody in this room is worthy of the very best that life has to offer. Don't divulge yourself and put yourself down and say, I'm an ant. I only need this for 1 cent. You deserve more than that. God don't make no junk. Think about that. God don't make any junk. We decide what we're going to be in life. Everybody is worthy of the best, man. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to say that
well put, bro.
One of the things that we have to be cognizant of is that people really don't make a connection between the food they eat and their health for the most part, or whatever bills they might accrue during some type of health issue, stay at the hospital, anything of that nature. They just don't. And I think we, in general, need to change the relationship with our food. For some reason, we have a necessity to eat a mindset, and that means anything, right? Opposed to eating for nutritional value. So, yeah, we have to change the social aspect, and which includes our relationship with the food that we eat and why we eat. Until that, it's going to be hard to make those connections. It just is. So when it comes to eating, like let's say broccoli, for instance, opposed to gummy bears. Somebody brought up gummy bears. I don't know why people eat gummy bears, but okay. You have to see what is the nutritional value of eating of each such thing, and say, yeah, I need this for my health on this, right? Or I need this type of nutrition in me, so let me go grab that. If we're not putting that together, like almost all of this conversation about food and health just goes out the window. So I think that's the major point where we need to, disseminate this type of information to our loved ones, our friends, and things like that, co-workers. Making that obvious connection that should be there, because it's not being put together. There's no puzzle piece being put together with this. I'm telling you this from experience, not from my own, but from watching how other people talk about food and cooking or eating that hamburger from McDonald's and whatever. They're just not making the connection. And I'm talking about people who actually work in the healthcare industry.
People actually ate gummy bears as a fucking meal?
No, No. I was being facetious. I was like, it was in jest, but my point was like around the conversation. And there was something earlier, but around, not as a meal, but my point was that the notion of it's quote unquote expensive to eat healthy, and I brought that up as an extreme of, well, hey, you know what else is expensive?
Well, it ain't like the gummy bears is cheap either.
No.
Let's be honest, right? Food, period, is expensive.
Bring that levity.
Yeah, that's what sorry, yeah, I was just gonna say real quick that I'm sorry, Black, do you want to go?
You go ahead. I'm going in.
Okay. So I was just gonna say, it's this stuff isn't always as expensive as we think. Like, you can get a dozen like protein chip bags for $25. What's that? $2 a bag? That's how much a donut costs. A donut's $2 now, right? You can get hummus for like $5 and it lasts you like a week and some change, right? I mean, so there are options. Zucchini pasta, right? Like, there are different things you can do that are affordable. And you also have to think about, you can't always frame it as broccoli versus gummy bears. You got to think about, like, what is it that's going to be tasty to you and work that also is healthy? So that makes it much easier. And the last one I'll say is I think they got like the soja drinks where it's like, they got kale and apples and whatever in it, but it's really healthy. It's like the equivalent of making like a really good smoothie for you, and it's like $3.50. So, I think there are ways to eat healthy and it not kill you.
Hey, I want to introduce.
No, I agree.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I'm going to say this, though, because I agree with a lot of stuff, but we got to be fair. One of the things that we're missing out on is the exposure, right? For example, I just did an experiment. I hopped in my car, and I just started driving a couple miles, like, from my house, and driving a couple miles in a circle in the area. So I'm probably one of the first, and see how far does it take for someone to get somewhere to get to a healthy place. The place I want to be healthy. Where can I go and eat at every single day, right? Some of the stuff this food doesn't exist. Some of these people don't have access to these foods. To be fair, like if you go from Dolphin up to like Lehigh, there is nothing around to get getting something healthy for yourself. And so while some people may have, and I've seen this with people like growing up, right? That they're hungry. Yes, absolutely. You got $5, $2.50 cheeseburger special, right? Boom, you're done. But there wasn't a way to go get that kale salad or get that thing. Now it's more, so exposure is a very important thing to look at as well. Food deserts is a thing as well, right? And so, while I agree, yes, they should be doing that. Some people don't have the access to, or at least don't know where to go. So, give us some grace and looking at that aspect of it and going, okay, some people may not even have it. How can we, connect these food deserts? How can we create more awareness? How can we bring more, healthy Black restaurants to these areas where all you see is Chinese foods?
Black. I want to wake up a different aspect of it. And the reason why I'm waking it up is because I'm about to go to church service, right? And I kind of want to bring something to the light. I'm not about to make it a church service. Don't worry about that. I think that we've been talking about feeding our bodies, right? And feeding our bodies healthy food. But there's two other aspects that we haven't really discussed, and that's like feeding your mind, feeding your soul. You know what I mean? When I talk about feeding your mind, I mean like social media has programmed us to have a bunch of mental fast food, right? A bunch of bullshit that really has no relevance and no substance and no nutritional value. I think we could read. I like to read a lot, read daily. You know what I mean? Books, articles, anything like that. I like to challenge myself to try to learn something new. I try to stay in student mode as much as I can because only an idiot knows everything, right? So I'm always trying to learn something new. I like to engage into a meaningful conversation as much as possible. You know what I mean? Now, I enjoy mental junk food as much as the next person, but I try to make sure I limit that to a certain extent. Enough to, it's interesting, but, that's not going to be my main course every day. You know what I mean? And I also like to, I'm a creator, so this might not go out to everybody, but I also like to try to balance my consumption with my creation, right? I only allow myself to consume so much because I want to make sure I stay in creator mode, which means I want to create more than I consume. Clubhouse kind of messes up that for me, but for the most part, that's something I focus on. And when I talk about feeding your soul, like, I like to meditate, I pray. I might not look like it, but I do. My father is a minister, I'm not, but I still have inherited a lot of respect for the Lord and for meditation from him. I'm very much into nature. You know what I mean? I believe the closer you are to nature, the more you're edifying your soul in that aspect. The more that you help others, I feel like you're edifying yourself. You're not just, I don't just help others for them. I feel like it does something for me. And I like that part of my karma. I like having that as a part of my karma. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna preach, so I'm gonna back down there. But hopefully y'all get where I'm going with it.
Nah, bro.
I just want.
It might be in the blood, bro.
Thank you.
I wanted to.
And that was beautiful. I love you said.
I appreciate all that you said, and I'm glad somebody talked about the mental. I was gonna touch on that. I actually have to go, but this has been a good session. But I wanted to say that like therapy is really important to keep your mind healthy in addition to your body. I'm personally trying to help with that. I'm actually right now I'm working on my personal statement for application to grad school to become a therapist. So get there complete.
Absolutely, food psychology is very important. When I was in my journey, we talked about before, like when I realized how things were affecting me and how my diet was affecting my mental health, I really looked into mental psychology, like food psychology, like what I eat and how does it affect my brain function and how it affects like how I feel during the day, and how does it motivate me versus make me think a certain way, or what adds to my aggression, and so yes, you're absolutely right. It's yes and in the mind, right? Well, and having a good soul, and make sure your spirit is right? It's all of those things involved, and so it's extremely important though. But yes, food psychology, yes, it's extreme.
My wife found out that she's not like sensitive to gluten as far as like her gut or anything like that. But when she eats gluten, it makes her depressed, so she avoids gluten for that.
Yeah, my friends and my. Anybody else want to share? Mr. Top?
I thought I got cut off. Someone was talking about gluten, and I did hear about the concept of gluten affecting mental health. Is that a thing that anybody knows about?
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, when we first noticed that, we did some research of how there have been studies that link gluten with different mental states. Usually, like depression, that's usually the most common one that people find with gluten. But yeah, there's actually been medical study.
The extreme is something called celiac disease, where people actually have an allergy to gluten. And in those instances, people can actually have really severe kind of nerve-related findings, as well as, so it could be concentration issues, it could be numbness, it could be diarrhea, it could be constipation, but you can get a whole kind of list of symptoms that you wouldn't expect from gluten exposure. And then there are people who actually have something called it's more like gluten sensitivity. So it's not exactly an allergy. They can take it, it won't kill them, but it doesn't make them feel particularly good. They can kind of feel like dragging and kind of heavy after using it. It's not exactly an allergy. They can take it regularly. It's just, it doesn't make them feel.
I know we kind of veered off. I wanted to bring back. I don't know if this was like your closing, Black, but the last challenge to move us into action, and you had asked, posed the question out there for us to think on was what can we do today? I think you worded it today and then tomorrow. And then for, maybe not literally tomorrow, but, what can we do today and then like in the future? And I think Chris had brought up some points, and I wanted to add to that is setting realistic goals. Setting realistic goals. And I'll use push-ups as an example. Just if you've never done push-ups, and then you set a goal of like, all right, I'm going to start doing push-ups, and my goal is 100, and you can barely do 5. That may impact you a certain way. But if you have a goal like, hey, by this day and time, this marker out there, X number of months in the future or a year or whatever it is, by that point, I want to be at this stage or this level. And then, work backwards from there. Okay, and setting realistic goals, whether they be food goals, mental health goals, and we're talking about our health goals, and then being mindful of those goals. That's something I've for me evolved from both my therapist and my medical doctor, my primary care physician. When I was told about my diabetes, I thought everything went Charlie Brown after he said that to me, because it brought back a flood of trauma from my childhood and past that I had to come to terms with, on top of trying to navigate this space moving forward, and setting realistic goals for myself. Like, okay, what's your guilt? Mine is my sweet tooth. All right, chocolate. I jokingly said gummy bears. That was one that was my guilty pleasure. Like, okay, so I had to set realistic goals, achievable goals, and then have some check-ins with myself. And then actually communicate it to my circle of friends, my ride or die brothers that I, rocked with for decades, who I feel safe with and who wouldn't clown me when I shared with them, all right, listen, y'all, this is what I'm doing. And this is what I think could help you because you're a fellow father and, we ain't 20 anymore. So just setting realistic goals, achievable goals, and mapping out a plan. I would assume many of us men are in some capacity, have a lane of strategy. Like, okay, if you're doing the books for your business, or if you are leading your family, if you're, leading a meeting, you got your bullet points. Let's do the same thing for our health. So I just wanted to leave on that notion with what action items we can do. Like let's try to have some goals that are achievable goals that are realistic for us individually.
All right, yeah, that was beautifully said, man. Yeah, and I think that would be a good thing to leave on, right? It's just observe everything you talked about. We can talk about this all day, right? It's a very important topic for me. I'm trying to have this conversation on a daily with people, and the conversation doesn't stop here. But what can we do now, next, and later? And definitely don't stop talking about it. Don't stop giving exposure to it. Don't stop sharing the resources. Like, this is definitely very important. But I think, boys, are we ready to open the gates up? I hear scratching again now.
They're gonna get you.
Are we ready to open the gates up?
Please open the gates up. I feel bad.
Anybody okay? Anything else to say?
Yeah, let me say something real quick. So accountability partners are important, I think, as well. And also having people that do actual check-ins with you. You know what I'm saying? That's called just, or even just text you check-in. Just to see how you doing, or vice versa. So check on your people.
Good shit.
Check on my GIF. That's me, First Lady and Patty.
That's a fact.
And so the floodgates are open.
Oh my God.
Partnership. The floodgates are open. The women are here to take control of the floor.
With that being said, this is the Airbnb. Oh, yeah, your dog's in here. Why are you mad at me? Sorry. Well, that being said, we're still at Airbnb. We're working on, building our house. We don't have to use Airbnb too much, but I appreciate everybody for being there. It's always a great time. It's always dope. It's a boost for me. It's a high for me. So I definitely want to do it.
Black, thank you. It's a boost for me too, and for many men in here. And thank you, Black and Gemini, for moderating these important discussions. Much, much appreciated.
Salute to the room. Salute to everybody participating. Salute to First Lady for allowing us to utilize the space. Salute to the women for allowing us to have the conversation when I know they have a lot to contribute to it as well. So I look forward to hearing what they have to say. Unfortunately, I have to get ready for service, but salute to everybody.
Salute to you, Gemini, too, as well, man.
Say prayer for us, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right, with that being said, let's open the doors and let the
salute.
Let them in.
Lisa, wake up. Lisa, wake up, Lisa.
I'm not asleep. Okay. I just want to preserve their space because when they have it on replays, we can jump out and start another space. Mm-hmm. But just to let you guys know, I'm really proud of you guys, but there's so much to be said. And since the women couldn't contribute, I couldn't give you some of the things that I had researched for men's wellness, nutrition, prostate health. No, I'm not going to do blogs. That's not what I do. I don't get paid for this. I'm just trying to help you guys in this free format that we have right here that we're utilizing. But, Dab said he was going to come back, but there's like mental health, stress management with Black men. Gemini hit on primary care, finding a primary care physician that you really vibe with, that you trust, that you can ask questions with and not be embarrassed, afraid, or whatever the case may be. Black men, that is very important. Also, prevention. We have a lot to talk about. Prostate health, number one killer of us African American men is
cardiovascular health, right? And then I had all kind of stuff, but I'll open a room upon Black men's health and Black men also with dental care, things that we don't talk about that are so important for our men because they're at the top. They're at the top of the charts of everything, and they're dying almost 10 years before any other ethnic group. We want them around.
So yeah, so like I said earlier before some people came into the room, so next week I promise I'll have more. I went straight from my mind knowledge with the diabetes. I hope I did good, but next time I'll have more. Thank you. Next time I have more information. So like I said, next week I'm gonna do the medications with diabetes, and I'm gonna touch base on prostate, and I'm gonna touch base on cardiac, and then the week after that I'm gonna go in depth with cardiac, because cardiac issues, even for women of color as well, it's also an issue. So I'll touch base on that. Thank you.
That'd be dope. I will definitely be here for that. I'll definitely here to learn from that.
So next week we're agreeing so far with a working agenda. We're going to do mental health again because we can keep on going with mental health in our community. Stress management for Black men. Locating a primary care doctor that works well for you, not for your wife or for anyone else, but for you. Nutrition, we'll try to bring, I'll try to see if I can reach out to a nutritionalist. We talked about sodium intake, fat intake, all the stuff that contributes to diabetes and cardiovascular health. We're going to do that again. Wellness and prevention, prostate health, cardiovascular health, dental. That's what we're going to do.
Can we add in feed your mind? Because I really think that's important. That's one of the reasons why I like being in this room and also politically correct, is because you can actually have a conversation where you learn something. We hear about current events. We hear different takes on current events. And it's not just your typical the male-female battle or, a bunch of bullshit or toxic shit, because whatever you consume mentally, it affects your health as well. Your mental health is affected by what your mental diet is, so.
Yeah, I do also want to nudge this idea of knowing your blood work, because that does help you get ahead of things.
That is really important. Go into your primary care, depending on what your other situations are, get your blood work drawn. And then even though you can look them up, have the doctor go over them with you in relationship to what medications you're on, if they're at a peak level or performing what they should be, or any other things that's changed your blood work. Yeah, very good indicators.
So I have a little bit of I'm going to call it a guy hack, especially a busy guy hack. So what I do is there's an agency that will come to my office, draw the blood work, send it in, and I get the results. I just find, for me, that's just so efficient. Because when you go to the doctor, and they refer you to get blood work, and you got to go to the lab, and blah, 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 right? So I do like the efficient.
I think I want to look into how people can get a PCP, a primary care physician, because I think that's the other thing that people probably don't know how to acquire one. Believe it or not, it's a thing. So yeah, I'm gonna try to look into that and see how that can work, especially when we have regions in this country where there are not many healthcare facilities.
Yeah, also people could go on the insurance for the most part website, and it typically has lists of providers based on the specialty.
Yeah, that would be one of the ways.
That part, Asian, that.
Yeah.
And you can request to have an African-American male doctor if you guys want that. You can request that also of your search in your insurance portal.
That's a fact. And sometimes you don't need a referral from your internist to go to see a specialist. You could just go to your local specialist. You have an issue with one thing,
People Google warriors for sometimes the wrong reason. You could, if you got certain issues going on, if you need to see an orthopedic doctor, you need to go directly to, if you have insurance or even if you have Medicaid, you go directly to your local orthopedic doctor and go find out what's going on.
Okay, so there we go. Anybody else want to jump in and say anything before the men close it out? And we got our agenda for next week, and I'll be working on the parts that I want to, if we're allowing us to contribute. If not, I'll just figure out a way to either put it in the chat or put it somewhere that people can take advantage of the information. But it's really important when we start discussing prevention and cardiovascular disease in Black men. I didn't know you guys were dying that much of cardiac disease. I was shocked. I thought it was the other thing, your prostate, because you don't like going to get your numbers done. So it's heart attack and strokes. And grab you one of those little blood pressure machines at CVS.
Yeah,
or you can get one on Amazon.
They're cheap.
They are cheap. And the insurance will pay for it. You don't even have to pay for it out of pocket.
So the best brand in terms of blood pressure machines is one called Omron, Omron. That's actually one of the better ones to get. I think Consumer Reports also highlighted Relion, which is Walmart's brand. They said that they were pretty reliable. One important thing to know, though, is that arm blood pressure readings are better. So don't get one of those finger monitors, and don't get one of the wrist ones. Make sure you get one that goes around the arm. And you may even need to check it, like bring it into your doctor's office. And when the nurse is checking your blood pressure, just have them check theirs against yours to make sure it's accurate, and see if it's okay to kind of monitor with that. But I think Omron's probably one of the best ones you can get, though.
And Lisa, isn't there a certain time of day where you're supposed to take your blood pressure? Because like there's like parts of it when you first wake up. Okay, got it.
Yeah, you're supposed to take 2 sets, 1 set standing up, 1 set sitting down, just to get a baseline and make sure. And then also, if I were you guys, because my uncle, out of the 12, there's one who died of heart disease, and he was the youngest, which was weird because he was not a big guy. He was not fat. He was none of that. And I wouldn't have never looked over there at him because he wasn't a big drinker. He is a VP for Chase Bank, and he was just a cool, I guess. Now I look back on it, I have my own ideas, but just like an all around in good shape guy, and he died of cardiovascular disease, which was crazy for us because he was the one everyone, he was like, look at him. It's just like, so get them checked, get your numbers checked, get your blood work drawn, keep your blood pressure cuff around, at least do it. You don't have to do it every single day, but I would do it once a week. And if it's high, then you go ahead and make that appointment. You start drinking, hydrating yourself, because men do not drink a lot of water. I don't know what's going on with that. You can't drink beer, soda, alcohol, and all that. You have to drink water, hydrate yourself. But that's for next week. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah. I just wanted to say, well, number one, I just took my blood pressure. That shit is high right now. Yeah, I have a machine at home. So
that's not funny, but I'm just glad you took it.
You did activity. Did you do activities?
Well, I've been cleaning all day.
Yes.
So I'm moving. Yeah.
Being on Clubhouse can raise your blood pressure.
It can. It definitely does. So I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. Stop drinking soda. I know it sounds good. Don't drink. Don't drink soda.
The fuck are y'all drinking soda for? Okay, just stop drinking soda. I'm just keeping it real.
But you
Stop
know what?
it.
I'm not addicted to soda. I do drink soda, but I'm not addicted to the soda. You know what I'm addicted to? The carbonation. So I have, and don't tell me, because they have bought me here soda machines. You know, the carbonation machines. They have bought me 3 generations of those. They buy all kind of like carbonated water for me to drink, from Perrier on up and down the scale for me to drink. But it's just like, if I'm like, it's something about that carbonation. I can, especially if I'm nervous, when I get to the airport with all those people, first thing I want to do is go grab some carbonation to relax my
salsa water.
You are the first person I've ever met in my life who carbonation calms you. I've never heard of that before. That's wild.
It's something about, I don't know what it is, CEO. It's been like that for a minute. And I thought it was the soda. And then when they started buying me the carbonation drinks, I was like, well, yeah, I'm not missing the soda. It's the carbonation. I don't know what it is.
No, I could back that up. I realized that too as well when I was probably like avoid beers now. Drinking the carbonation does kind of give that same kind of therapeutic feeling.
Yes, it might be in our mind, but it still is what it is. So I'm just trying to eliminate the cornstarch part of it, and the sugar, and the corn syrup, rather, part of it, and the sugar. So that's my vice. Anybody else before we go into talking about the usual Sunday stuff? It looks like some things have happened over the last couple of hours. We all know what we're talking about on that. I don't want to mess up this, the Black Men's Forum, by starting to talk about that. We're going to close the room and reopen it under 420, so the replays will be pure for Black men. And you guys are doing very well. I didn't get a chance to look at your numbers today. Maybe somebody else can tell me.
Members. I'm here. We're here for the people, not for them.
I'm here for all of it, because you want more people so you can talk to them. You know how many people men on this app need to hear what you guys are talking about?
Absolutely. But we have a brand new, don't worry, we'll get there. We have a brand new expert.
The numbers will come.
I know when it comes to.
It was in the upper 40s, lower 50s.
But no, yeah, I think this topic is so important. 1 week will not do it enough. So I love doing that kind of encore.
Lisa, so it was in the room was in between the lower 50s to the upper 40s.
Good for you guys.
The number was.
Very good for you guys. Congratulations.
Sorry for the hot mic. But my last thing, I just want to reiterate what we shared at the top when it started, and just listen to you, fellas, and to an extent, I will generalize. I think our sisters do better at this than us. Is listen to your body. Listen to your body, and that comes from I shared at the top my experience of going through. I call it a drive-by with breast cancer, but I ignored it, and it didn't go away, and it kept getting worse. And I think it was what Royal had mentioned, what you mentioned, the thing with your eye. And if I would have came in to the doctor sooner, my treatment would have been less than what I went through. And so, fellas, let's just listen to our bodies. And I did the same thing when I had appendicitis, because I just thought I had a stomach ache that should have went away. I thought it was because of something I ate. And next thing I know, it was like I'm like laid out in front of my desk at work. And I spent several days in the hospital. So let's listen to our bodies.
Oh, wow. You had appendicitis, or did it rupture?
No, it literally was like the surgeon said it was like right on the cusp. So maybe, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, they call that hot. So I'm glad everything worked out for you. That's some pain.
Yeah, I guess as my dad would say, hard head makes us off behind. So let's not do that, fellas. Like, I've had several experiences in my life, scattered throughout of following that thing of, I'll just ignore it. This will go away. It'll heal itself. It'll nah, dude, just go to the doctor.
So you're ready to close the room, Miss Lisa?
I'll wait on you guys. Whatever.
Yeah, you can close the room. Yeah, you can close the room.
All right. Like, you want to say anything to close your room, darling?
Yeah, like I said, thank you everybody. It's been super, 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 super dope. Like the dopamine, like you can't get this anywhere else, right? Like the amount of energy and just like hearing everybody's stories, man. Like it's nothing like this. So I just thank y'all for being y'all. Thank y'all for coming in. You can't, thank y'all for giving y'all time, right? That's the most important currency we have. So I appreciate everybody's time, man. It's been great. Like this makes my week. I look forward to this every day. Like thank y'all for sharing. Like it means a lot.
Thanks for making me feel guilty for my fried chicken.
Yeah, where JD at? We out here slinging out the poison to our community.
That's crazy right there. Fried chicken.
Who are you talking about?
Talking about Junior fried chicken. What are we doing? I forgot what I was doing. Okay, guys, let me just close the room and let me set up the other. First, let me set up the other room, and then you guys come get the link and bring it back. That'll be easier for me. Hold on for a second.
Yeah, so Brian, since we're waiting on that, so I'm gonna tell you something. I'm a medical professional, and sometimes I still do the same thing. I gotta go to work because I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I gotta do stuff for my daughter, I gotta pay this, I gotta pay that. And I'll literally go to work in intense pain instead of calling out. And I do have when I was where I was, I did have a lot of sick time. But, we do shit like that all the time. We do, men, no matter your country and culture. And it's not ignoring, it's just the drive to, we gotta do what we gotta do for the house, Yeah.
My appendicitis came, I don't know how many years after my breast cancer scare. So I offer that up as like, I didn't learn from that, like to, not ignore my body. Like, oh man, it's just a stomachache, it'll pass. Oh, why is it so hot in here? And it was air conditioning on, it was nice, and just next thing I know, I was on the floor.
And I'm glad it didn't metastasize as well,
Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, my
and it's harder to diagnose in men, so that's the issue. I'm glad they caught that.
And that's there. Like I discovered a lump, and this is like 30 plus years ago. Like and medical science has advanced since then. But back then, having to wait.
The link is on
for
top.
the results to come back. So all right,
the link
we're
is
just
on top.
Still in time.
All right, guys, click the link and then I'll end the room.
You gonna end it, Dad?
Yeah, click it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
And get to our room. I have things to do. Y'all know. Some of y'all know.
You can love me from a distance, baby. Anyone is your sin, love me. What is the time now, baby? It's you, not me. Listen to me. Visions up at you, hope you can agree. I'm taking my time. You gotta be still right now. I cannot love you, cause you know you can't handle that. So I'm going. I know God has my back. Seeing what the future holds, and I am loving that. So I'm gonna take a chance with this. I can take it back. I didn't wanna say I love you first. I play. You know I love me first. Baby, I win. I'm always gonna know my word. Oh, yeah, sure. Make it work. Make it work. Just be with you in my way. Baby, you ain't stressing about me. All this time now, baby, it's you, not me. Looking at you, listen to me. Patience the virtue, hope you can agree. Taking my time, looking for peace. Cause that was part of me, something in me. How can I love you? Cause you know you can handle that. I'm going away from my soulmate. I know God has my back. Seeing what the future holds, and I am loving that. So I'm gonna take a chance with it, cause I can take it. Never wanna say I love you first. No, 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 no. You never wanna love me first. I'm always gonna know my worth. I'm always gonna know my worth. Keep trying to make it work, make it work. Ooh la la, ooh la la. Ooh la la, ooh la la. Dance with me all night long. Baby, just sing my song. Ooh la la, ooh la la. Ooh la la, ooh la la. Dance with me all night long, baby, just sing my song, yeah.
All right, everybody, welcome to the 420. We are going to try to end the night with more talk on what's going on across the way, across the street, across the world. Ping your people in. Where is everybody? Ping your friends. I pinged until I got to the red meat, which meant the system was overloaded. Y'all, ping your friends. Ping your friends. I am going to try to ping more people in a minute, but woo, this is crazy. Let's start off with breaking news. Hey, everybody on the stage, what's the breaking news? Anybody got breaking news? Breaking news? Because I've been researching men's health for half of the day, so I'm stuck. Anything going on?
Yeah, that so-called successful strike on Iran wasn't as successful as they made us believe.
Do tell. Why?
Well, news came out afterwards that Iran had gotten word that they were going to, be, have those facilities struck, and they moved a lot of the payload out. Not only that, but what they damaged was infrastructure. They didn't even completely destroy the main nuclear site. They just damaged it. So they kind of embellished a bit in the Western media about how successful that was. He really didn't destroy anything. And if he did, if he would have hit a nuclear site, there would be nuclear fallout right now, and there's not. So
and they vacated that place before.
Exactly. I got pictures to show that they got trucks going in and out, moving the stuff prior to the hit.
Oh, well, yeah. Can you post some of those links? Because I got some breaking news, too. Anybody else have breaking news? Breaking news?
To me, it seems as if they got word, and that's why they left.
Well, you got the president on his social media telling him what he's going to do, so it wasn't too hard. Like, he's an idiot. Like, these guys know. They came out and said that they were discovering new underground facilities and stuff that they didn't know were there. And if you guys remember, after the strike, the guys over in Israel, I forget what the dude's name is, the defense minister, he got grilled by his people, and he claimed that he didn't understand or they underestimated Iran's capabilities. But the whole premise for going in was that we supposedly knew exactly what was going on. We knew that they had to.
Oh, God, we got problems then. We got problems. We bombing shit that doesn't exist, all that money. Anybody else want to jump in before I play this clip? Because guess what? They're closing the Strait of Hormuz. Go ahead, jump in.
When they stop making threats is when I'll get concerned.
Oh, here you go. You sound like El Normo.
You stop, damn it. That's great.
Okay, Matt, run that by me again. What are you saying?
When they stop making threats.
Who's they?
Concerned.
Who's they?
Iran. When they stop making threats, I'll get a little concerned. Not really, a little concerned. You don't make threats. You just follow through with whatever you're going to do.
Well, Matt, so here's something to think about, right? So they basically, struck this vacant facility, And so they haven't achieved the objective of it's Israel's fault. It's not our fault. It's Israel's fault. Okay, but they struck this vacant facility, and so the objective hasn't achieved, Matt. So I just wanted to ask you, are you in favor?
How do you know it's vacant?
There's a couple of reasons. Number one, Israel is now saying it's vacant. They came out and said that today. Number two, there was reports that Iran had been taking stuff out already. Number three, Saudi and what's the name of the organization, IAEA, they both reported that there was no kind of nuclear materials that showed up after the hit. So there are 4 different sources saying that what we were trying to hit was not there. So
Israel made the statement, came out with an official.
Yes, Israel said that earlier today. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, question for you, Matt: are you in favor of new strikes when they come up with a new target? That's what I want to ask you that first.
Interesting. If everything that you said is correct, not saying you're lying, but if the information that you've received is correct, and it just depends on what the intelligence is, and in the strength of the intelligence, and that's what this all boils down to. We're trusting that a lot of this intelligence is correct. Now, we do know that Israel has badass intelligence. Look at the 1,500 beepers they had. Look at the way that they attacked Iran from the beginning.
Well, this was their intelligence that failed us this time, not ours. Theirs.
I would like to see.
We don't even have confidence in our intelligence. This is some weird.
I would like to see how this unfolds over the coming days before I jump to conclusions with my opinions.
Well, no, but I'm asking you a question. I'm saying, let me just get Matt to answer the question, though.
If the intelligence was bad, yeah, I'd be pretty fucking pissed. If the intelligence was good, then
yeah, but Matt, that's not what he's asking.
Still be excited.
That's not what he's asking.
Yeah, so Matt, I'm saying that we've had a failure here, okay? I don't think. Yeah, we do. Israel said so. Okay, I'm driving right now, but I'll get you. I'll get it all over you.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, so Matt, what I'm telling you right now, I promise this is the case. Okay, I promise you this is the case. So, what I'm asking is, if Israel said to us on Thursday this week, "Hey, we got like a new target. We know where the uranium is now." Would you be in favor of the U.S. doing strikes?
My knee-jerk answer is no. But that's just a knee-jerk. That's my knee-jerk. Because they had the opportunity. If this intelligence was bad, they had their one opportunity. And we stuck our ass out in the wind for them. And if we went on bad intelligence, then man, they're on their own. That's the
good answer, Matt. Good answer.
It's my knee-jerk answer without having to process any of this.
Hey, but if he can say no, CEO, that means there really wasn't a concern for the initial strikes.
Well, no, I don't think it's so much that, JD. It's more that it was such a exercise to do this in the first place, and I think he's right. If Israel blew this, then you just don't trust them the next time. I mean, I think that is Israel's consequence now. And what I think Trump should have approved their plan of they were going to go in there and send their special forces in there, right? And then that could have been their embarrassment. They go in there, they don't find nothing, and we wouldn't have had any egg on our face. So I think at this point, they are on their own, right? We trusted them, we went along, and they failed.
The next question is, you trust but verify. So what does that look like? I don't know. I would like to see some of this reporting is going to be coming out. Obviously, if that's the case, then you're going to see a bombardment of reporting about it. You're gonna have congressional hearings. This is a breach.
CNN reported it multiple times last night. Matt, CNN reported it multiple times last night. I don't know why and no other outlet did, but CNN consistently said it, like, even late last night.
Consider the source, but let's see what comes out over the coming days. Here, to land the plane, regardless if it was empty or not, their capabilities of making a nuclear warhead weapon is diminished probably zero. So that we know. But yes, to your point, CEO, if this intelligence was bad and we trusted Israel that this intelligence was good, no.
Let me tell you something. The fact that they did what they did, they're gonna race to get a fucking warhead now. They're gonna look for the
They've always been racing to get a warhead. Yes,
they're gonna race to it. You don't understand.
We'll agree to disagree.
No, Patty. Well, let Patty give her full explanation, because I do agree with her. Patty, why do you say that?
Because we put them in a situation. Honestly, I believe they started upping their uranium enrichment because of what Trump did on purpose, right? And then they haven't, like, we know for a fact back in the early 2000s, late 90s, they did have plans where they could actually internally build warheads, but then, or the warheads. But that shit is, I mean, that's old. They could have been did something, trust me. They've got an agreement with fucking Russia. Not a defense agreement, but a trade agreement to include equipment for defense. Like, they're going to be in a race, and they're going to get it done.
What you just said is so funny because of it. 1 second. So Russia is trying to work with Ibrahim Traore to build a nuclear. Patty, what you just said is right. You hit it on the bullseye.
I mean, I agree also. I think they probably will end up getting more aggressive about it now, because the other side of it, Matt, is the political capital it took Trump to do this strike was significant. You have Laura Loomer and Candace Owens just ripping each other to shreds right now, right? Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. You have so many civil wars over this, and then what's so ironic about it, right now is that you have the neocon clique, John Bolton, Meghan McCain, and Liz Cheney, all like thrilled right now, and more of the traditional MAGA people upset. So it took a lot for him to do this, and his ability to pull this off again, it's a lot of political capital.
His base is fractured for sure.
The base isn't fractured. Go look at all the polls. The base is the vast. You go look at the polls. Go laugh. Go look at the polls and come back.
No, you're right, Matt. You're right in terms of right now. It's survivable, but what I'm saying is that if this keeps happening, it will dwindle.
But you're making an assumption that this, if CNN, let me finish. If the only outlet that
that wasn't the only outlet. No, that wasn't the only outlet. This is Israel directly. Yeah, no, I just said last night CNN was the only outlet covering it significantly. That was all.
Did we trust in Israel that the intelligence is correct? They demonstrated they've had great intelligence. But that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if the intelligence was bad, we're out. We're out. And I just read an article too, and that he has called for, Trump essentially calls for an Iranian regime change as he holds crisis talks with the UK Prime Minister. Like, I'm sorry, whether there's a regime change or not, should not be our focus. Our only focus, and what I've always understood, the focus is for them not to have nuclear weapons. Full stop, period, and get out, stay out of their business. And like I've said a week ago that me and you disagree upon, and that is, let Iran figure this out. I just don't think they have their nuclear capabilities. I'll land here, 10 more seconds. Their nuclear capabilities, I can't fathom how they're years away from getting anything done. They've killed all their scientists. They've killed their leadership. I mean, they put aside.
So we should leave them alone then, right?
we should leave them alone. Absolutely. Let Israel figure it out. This is an Israel-Iran deal, and let Israel figure it out when it comes to fighting them.
I agree. No, he's
Are
right.
the replays on? Are the replays on? This gonna be a whole nother.
He's saying that now, Lisa, but once Trump's done, he'll find a way to be on board.
I don't unconditionally.
He'll find a way to get under the knees and open his mouth.
But you give 10 seconds, I'll shut up. I do. This whole room fucking knows that I do not unconditionally support Donald Trump.
No, we don't know
Okay,
that.
yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do, man. You do.
Okay, well, you tell me. See, now you're telling me how I
You
feel.
said you were libertarian,
So
then you
stupid.
said you're getting back on the Trump train.
That's right. Now I will be. I'm getting. I've said that. I said that yesterday.
You said that the other day.
And I am still getting back on the Trump train. But if this,
What would it take for you to get off the Trump train?
Nothing.
if this intelligence,
we're really here to get off the
if we
Trump
don't,
train.
how he handles this, because this is not an us problem.
Yeah, but what? How would he handle it that would make you say I'm done with Trump? Like, what would be the?
If he continues to go in and orders airstrikes with United States military.
Okay, cool.
That's when I'm out. After that, I'm out. I'm out at that point.
So the thing is, he jumped off the train over the tariffs, right?
The tariffs too.
And so the tariffs haven't changed, but he back on the train. So he goes.
And the reason
It ain't like the tariffs. The reason you jumped off was over the tariffs. That hasn't changed.
Correct.
But you're back on. So it doesn't really matter.
It's almost like it's brainwashing or something.
No, it's just
It almost feels like brainwashing, right, Raymond and Deborah?
No, it's called processing all of this. It's called
You don't have two brain cells to process anything.
It's called I don't support Donald Trump and his policies blindly. I never have. CEO, do you agree that I don't blindly trust? Blindly support Trump's policies?
Which policies do you support?
Hold on. Let me answer. I would say that you almost follow him blindly. I won't say fully, but almost.
Yeah, that's it. Putting it
nicely. Well,
which policies of his do you agree with?
That's the person who's the head of PR.
Oh, the border, big time, without a doubt. The big beautiful bill, keeping the tax cuts, the big beautiful bill, but he didn't cut $2 trillion. He didn't balance the budget, and so that was disappointing.
So Matt, are you transposing the A to an I, like the president did, like an adolescent on some sort of speed when he tweeted, I think last night, saying make Iran great again. You know about that?
It is. Yeah, I think that'd be great to make Iran great again.
Really? So what does that mean?
Fantastic.
What's that mean? What's that mean to make Iran great again?
That's what I want to know from him. What does that mean? What does that mean?
The core MAGA supporters over there.
Okay.
And they can work.
What does it mean?
You all heard it, right? You all heard it. He doesn't know that. He has to wait for what his brainwasher tells him. He will then perpetuate that message. So for now, all Matt knows is MAGA or MIGA, so he's going to rock with that, even though he has no comprehension of what that actually entails.
I just said, quote unquote, let's see what comes out of the coming days. This had just happened 24 hours ago. So let's see what happens.
And Matt, I texted you a few sources about the lack of uranium.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Coming from Europe, talking some thoughts in this discussion.
Go ahead.
So we are Stone Age. I'm sitting on my couch here this morning and wondering what's going up in Germany. And then I thought, what can we do in Europe with the E3? We are talking. So
you're in the matrix. Can you come back when you're not in the matrix?
No, this is just how she actually normally
talks. Come back next week, Bird. Next week.
So I I wanted to talk what we are thinking in Germany or in Europe. We are the E3. It's Germany. It's France. It's
UK.
Great Britain. We wanted to negotiate with Iran, and then comes Trump. So I think what a pity. So sorry.
Oh, you fine. What is it? Or yes, I think so.
Hey.
And then Raymond.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I'm in Michigan. There's over 241,828 Muslims in less than 100 miles from me. And they're talking about sleeper cells waking up. I mean, this shit is crazy. Because they're pissed. They're pissed.
Yeah, I think we just have to be careful not to assume that all Muslims are, with these agendas of these different regimes. Muslims
I wasn't
are all across the
assuming.
world.
I was just giving you the number of Muslims, but I do know. I work with a bunch of people from Iran. I when they first started coming here, I was like, had to take them around the school and show them everywhere to go. That was part. They assigned us all these Iranian students, so they've been here for a long time. It's just, to me, it's scary. It's scary.
Yeah, I heard what you're saying, and I'm not saying you were saying that. I just can see how people could get that idea that Iran, one country out of the Muslim world, has, as it were. So, if you got other people in your country that are Muslims who may not even agree, because not all Muslims agree on things across the board, if you guys don't know. Just like all Jews don't. Some of the Jews over there are actually against what's happening in Gaza. So, I would definitely be having conversations, though. When I go to the stores now, I ask them, hey, what do you think about what's going on in the world? Some of them, they act kind of ignorant to it. Those are the ones that's kind of skeptical of me, but others will, tell you their view. They'll have a conversation with you, and even tell you a little bit about their home, and what you realize is the image that's portrayed in our media is not, reality for a lot of these people, so that's all I was saying.
Okay, let me make a quick comment.
Can I make a quick comment?
Okay.
So when we talk about like these Iranians, because I know Iranian people, I grew up with some, it's like basically when we say stuff like that, it's like saying that every American is Klan or like Patriot Front or like skinheads or Nazis. It's a very small segment of the populace that does that bullshit. So, these Iranian people want none of that. They want to live their lives and just be happy and healthy and raise their kids and go to work and make money, come home, make love to their wives. They just want to live their lives.
They call a decisive response. Sorry. I agree with that, but there can also be sleeper cells. I mean, they have the whole city.
And we got the Klan too. I'm with that. We got Klan. We got radicals.
You know what else, Michael? Though these sleeper cells are often, and we gotta really pay attention. The sleeper cells are often falsified. Like they're not really those people. You see what I'm saying? Like what the CIA and the Mossad do is they'll have these cells in certain places in certain countries, and they'll integrate into a group of people like the Muslims, right? And they'll try to radicalize people within that. So it's not necessarily that, hey, these are Iranians. What's going to happen is going to be blamed on Iranians, just like 9/11 was blamed on the Iraqis and the people in Afghanistan, or the Al-Qaeda, right? So that's actually what happens is that they're all part of the same team. All these sleeper cells, they're all working for the same, small caps.
Let me say another thing too.
We're just gonna let the 9/11 comment go.
Yeah, it's real quick. So, one, there are sleeper cells. What you said, yes, could be correct, but there actually are sleeper cells in the country. They're already here, right? For example, last year in Philadelphia, they got a 17-year-old that was working with Al Qaeda. So, and the whole 9/11 comment, bro, please don't go there right now.
And let me
Why not?
Why not? Just because you got people to serve, just getting off of that for a second.
I serve too. I don't care.
Well, that's good, Ramon. Let me just go with this. I'm taking us away from that. All I'm saying is that shit. Before we lose my dad, with the way that these people are or whatever, we are fueling this shit. Just like the Israelis will never be safe for what they did in Gaza. If we don't do shit, you won't get people that are gonna be radicalized and want to be in sleeper cells. Us dropping 30,000-pound bombs on a fucking country that we have nothing to fucking do with, that's gonna create. So we need to be scared because literally, you think about that shit. If somebody dropped 30,000-pound bombs on us, I would be like, hey, where can I sign up? Let me go get some or whatever. We're literally fueling the fire of these people. So I mean, we need to like stop tripping with that shit. That sleeper cell, we deserve to have sleeper cells here.
So Michael, like, what would be the point of Iran retaliation right now? Like, seriously. Well, to what end would it provide them any value?
I don't want them. I hope that they punk out. We keep thinking of like Trump, somebody who didn't serve, somebody who bone spurs. I got family members who went to Vietnam. It's like he could have taken his ass or like anybody else over there, either live or die. His ass probably would have been what the fuck. But it's like he avoided fighting, and now he's like putting American lives at danger. So I hope that Iran punks out. I just don't think they will. Like I hope that
why would it be punking out though? Why would it be punking out? Like, what is the actual value of Iran attacking America at all? What would the value?
They're not gonna. I don't believe they're gonna attack America.
What would the value be?
I don't believe they're gonna. There's no value. I don't believe they're gonna attack America. We're impenetrable. Like somebody said that shit earlier. We literally are untouchable. They're not gonna attack us. I don't feel like they're gonna attack. I feel like these sleeper cells are like terrorism, things that they can do, but they're not. What are they gonna? How are they gonna attack us?
Well, by attacking bases that we have in the Middle East.
We have 44,000 soldiers in the Middle East right now.
I'm with that. I'm talking about, because again, those are the lives I'm concerned about. That's why I'm like so fucking mad about this shit, because of the Americans we have over there. But like for CEO's point, I don't think they're gonna attack us because I just don't think they want all that. I don't know why we've been doing this shit. It's like Trump should have dropped 3 motherfucking bombs. What are we even talking about? Like, what's the end game for them? We've attacked them, so whatever we get now is what the fuck we deserve.
Yeah, but Michael, like, number one, I was talking about sleeper cells as part of it. The value of them doing sleeper cells. I think at most they do some very telegraphed, missile attack on U.S. bases that they know we're going to intercept. I think that's the most aggressive thing they do, because there's not a lot of value of them doing something that's going to lead to justified escalation. It just strategically provides them no value.
So if we have somebody in office now in our country. So we are now a banana republic. We have a crazy dictator that does not think about things. I heard Lawrence O'Donnell had a great thing on this, so y'all go back and listen to it, where he talks about like how Trump, how manipulated he is. Even in this, when he said he wasn't going to do it, and then Israel was getting all this press about like these precise strikes and how like their military was so great. And they're saying that basically pushed him off the porch and onto the battlefield because somebody else was getting pressed. We have a dumbass in our country saying, what if Iran has a dumbass? What if Supreme Leader? What if they got somebody over there that's as dumb as Trump and just wants, where there's no benefit, like you're saying, CEO, but they're like, fuck it, we got bombed, let's go get some.
But that's not how their leadership thinks.
You're entrenched. I know you know a lot in America. You're entrenched with the Iranian leadership. I didn't know that.
I'm just saying.
You should listen to their speech.
I'm just saying, look at the current pattern of behavior that they've engaged in, and tell me what pattern would lead to that. You think? And then second, I don't know why we're saying like this strike wasn't thought out. It's one of the most well thought out things Trump has ever done. I mean, there was a lot of thought that went into this, right? And the issue wasn't the strike itself, it was the poor intelligence from Netanyahu, right? We got bad, outdated intelligence. But the execution of this by our military, the whole idea of giving them a 2-week timeline and then going early, but that was the plan the entire time. There are a lot of aspects of this that were actually well thought.
How was that well thought out to give people warning that you're going to get their nuclear facilities and allow them to move their nuclear material? How's that well thought out? I think we're not seeing this the same way.
The 2 weeks. Well, Iran basically thought that he was bluffing, right? Like the reporting came out that they thought he was what they call a taco or whatever, right?
Are you in Tehran? Are you embedded?
I'm going off of the reporting. That's what I'm going off of.
Yeah, like clearly they didn't.
They probably moved their stuff weeks ago. Y'all acting like they did it 2 days ago. What, do you think they moved it 2 days ago? They probably did it weeks ago.
To think that they won't respond, I think, is a bit naive. And logistically for them,
I said they'll do a symbolic response.
Logistically for them, I actually think the best option for them is cyber. We have a number of infrastructure areas that are extremely vulnerable. We can't fix those vulnerabilities anytime soon. They include financial, they include electric. A cyber attack makes a lot of sense. And in the fact that they could deny it so easily. I think
I agree with that. I agree they could do
cyber. What does a symbolic attack look like?
So a symbolic attack is a symbolic response is like the one they did after Israel hit their embassy. What was that, like 8 months ago, where they basically telegraphed that they were sending missiles and it was easy for Israel to shoot down. So something like that.
And you're saying that this is the most strategic thing Trump has done. The same president who said he wouldn't go back, engage the U.S. in another military conflict in the Middle East.
No. What I'm saying is that if you look at the amount of planning that went into the strike and the amount of contemplation, that it was well thought out. That is my only point.
Because it was somebody else's plan.
That's fine. Okay.
Right, but I'm saying he's acting on an old plan and he gave intel because he can't keep his fucking mouth shut. Like the other day he said, can he appoint himself, chairman of the Federal Reserve Board? The motherfucker is stupid as fuck. So by saying that, you're giving people a chance to move shit. I just think he's stupid. So I don't give him any credit for this. I don't think it was smart. I don't think it was well planned out. I think nothing that he does is even sitting in the fucking situation room wearing his fucking merch or whatever is just stupid.
And at the press conference, he's saying no regime change, and then he's tweeting like an adolescent on speed.
Yeah, they're already parading somebody else.
Why would there be a regime change? Like, with less than 24 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Like, this is not a stable man, and he's engaging in the Middle East, in this Middle East conflict. And you think, Iran's good. Like, they're just like, it's just crazy Trump. We're not going to retaliate. We're not going to take any action against the U.S. I mean, I know we have all the military, we have all the fancy stuff that can shoot, block, missile detectors, block all that stuff down. But you don't think you might be underestimating the boiling pot in this sea?
I'm just saying that they are better off taking their aggravation out on Israel, right? I mean, practically speaking, right? They may end up going more aggressive with Israel, and they got a war with them already. So it would make more sense for them to go that route than it does lead us into more escalation. Like, why would they want to escalate more of the U.S.? There is no tactical advantage.
They don't, but my thing is that somebody who didn't put his life on the line now has put Haitian gave the numbers. There are Americans in that region. If we weren't over there, I had no interest. If nobody was over there, fuck it, do what you want to do. He's endangering people's lives, and he's not only that. To go do it.
And not only that, but they came out and said if you're an American citizen in Iran, we are not providing you with any help getting home. Like you got to use, basically, you got to get back yourself. So they wouldn't they flew them South Africans in, easily, but they're telling American citizens that's in a place that's about to be decimated, according to them, that hey, you're.
Yeah, bro. How would they coordinate logistics to get people out of Iran right now?
Oh, I'm sure they have one.
Who are in Iran knowing the shit that's going on right now?
Oh, they have ways, just like they coordinated to get those Israelis out of Israel in that war-torn area. They can do it.
You are comparing the two things seriously. That's laughable. You're comparing getting people out of Israel and getting Americans out of Iran as anywhere near the same. Seriously?
Yeah, you think they don't have protocols for that? Seriously, you think that's not something that's included in military planning?
What, you want them to send in the SEALs team? Is that what you're suggesting? Send in the SEALs team? Or what are you suggesting?
I ain't said nothing about no SEALs team.
Okay,
I asked you a question. Do you think that the military has protocol to remove citizens in war-torn places or places we're about to go to war at?
Yes, but it also has to be thought out, right? So why go to Iran and get citizens out of Iran when the tensions already been high? Why the fuck would you be in Iran?
People go to Iran.
What? Damn. What the hell?
Yeah, you could go. Hold on.
You're saying we're gonna send our military in there.
CEO, hold on. You could go to Iran. You go anywhere you want to go in the world, but certain places are on the do not travel list, right?
I didn't say nothing about sending military in. I said that they're not sending aid or help. Hey, watch your mouth, little boy.
Okay, girl. So if I go to Haiti right now and get caught up there with the fucking gangs, I can't expect no one to come fucking save me.
Yeah, you can send them financial aid to help them, move around. I ain't saying send military in though. Like if you're able to get plane tickets and stuff for these, so did they send the military in to get the South Africans over here?
Do you think people can fly out of Iran right now? You think people can just fly out of Iran right now?
Yes, yeah.
Bro, try reading the news like a little bit, just like a tiny.
But if we're patting them on the back for planning,
I'm not patting anybody on the back.
I'll just say this. Yes, this has been planned for a long time. We forget the connections that Trump has through his son-in-law Jared Kushner to Benjamin Netanyahu in particular. Benjamin Netanyahu is said, and this is on the record, it's been reported in the mainstream media, when Benjamin Netanyahu comes to America, he stays with the Kushner family. Jared Kushner used to talk about how when Netanyahu would come to his house, he would have to sleep in the basement because Netanyahu would sleep in his bed. Jared Kushner also is good friends with the Saudi prince. And ironically, Trump has been in Saudi Arabia a lot and talking to the Saudi prince a lot in the last couple of months. So it really, when you look at the more you think about it, and I've definitely been ruminating, it's fucked. But you can see how all of this shit fits together. No, this was not just something that came about. This is something that Benjamin Netanyahu has been talking about for 50 years. And now that his guy, the Saudis guy, is the, president of the free world, and he has all of his cronies in the cabinet, and nobody to check him. Why the fuck not? Like, he's doing whatever he's done whatever he wanted to do in America as it relates to our laws. Why does he need to listen to the international community? He's already he's given everybody the finger. And so why not strike now? This is the perfect time.
Because Netanyahu's a war criminal. That's why. Why you gonna stay with a war criminal that just committed genocide in the Gaza Strip? Why would you stand with him?
Because he got you by the balls. He got that STD.
They're friends.
That Mel Haitian, one of y'all, I put something in the Telegram.
Okay.
You want to play that?
So, Netanyahu is family friends with the Kushners, which is Donald Trump's son-in-law.
Before you play that, can we get this one? They're closing the Strait of Hormuz. I've been letting you guys jump in the whole time. Hey, everybody, please ping your friends in. I've been pinging, getting articles, getting clips, getting everything together so we can have an eventful, knowledgeable, educational night. We're not going to be here all night because I have something to do later on, but we're going to do as much as we can. So let me play this for you guys if it's still available. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Lisa.
Hey, girlfriend. Hold on for a second. And here we go. Breaking. If I could get it to play. Come on, babe. Don't do this to me right now. What are you doing? I hope everybody's having a great day. I am having a challenging moment here. Where is it? Okay. Damn it. All right, let me do this first. Okay, so listen, I saw this here. Rubio, it says that it's irrelevant whether Iran was bombed actively. Rubio says it's irrelevant whether Iran was actively pursuing a nuke before the U.S. bombed them. I got a clip here, though, about the state of Hormuz. I just want to get this first. Rubio said the mere fact that Iran had everything they need to build a nuclear weapon justified Trump's decision to take action against the regime. It's irrelevant, he told CBS Face the Nation when pressed about the U.S. intelligence on Iran's nuclear ambitions. He just said, I'm telling you, they had everything they needed. And this sounds crazy. Now, either they had it or they didn't. This sounds really wobbly, you guys. This sounds like some bullshit getting ready to happen, pop off. They don't even know if they had it. That man that they interviewed 2 weeks ago, that was one of the generals in Iran, he said that he moved it a long time ago. Wait, hold on. God damn it. What happened to that? Let's see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Got it. Now I have it.
They call a decisive response to U.S. aggression against, again, what they call Iran. A senior Iranian lawmaker now reporting that in what they call a decisive response to U.S. aggression against, again, what they call Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities, the Iranian parliament has voted to close the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz.
This is one of the ways that Iran can strike at the United States and the West as a whole dramatically with immediate effect. The effect this would have, if it's verified, on oil prices will be felt in markets, I would think, starting on Monday.
A senior Iranian lawmaker now reporting that in what they call a...
Starting on Monday, your gas prices are going to be up high as hell.
Well, isn't it lucky that Israel has destroyed Gaza so they can start on the Ben Gurion Canal that they want to do? So they'll work it out.
Okay, so on Sunday, the Iranian parliament approved a measure to close the Strait of Hormuz after the United States bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran. The strait is located between Iran and oh my God, Oman. Remains Iman. Is it Iman or Oman? Oman remains a critical oil choke point, and closing it could have serious implications for both the global and U.S. economy. Then Marco Rubio jumps in again today and says, warned against shutting down the strait, calling the move suicidal for the regime. Rubio also called on China Iran's most crucial oil customer to encourage the country against. Oh, now they want to ask China for help. So they called China and said, "Can you guys call Iran and tell them not to close the Strait of Hormuz, please?" I encourage the Chinese government in Beijing to call them about that because they heavily depend on the Straits of Hormuz for their oil. Rubio said on Fox News Sunday morning. Futures with Maria B.
If they block it, there's gonna be a war.
Okay, here you go.
They got these exercises that CENTCOM does every year, and it's about this. They got this thing called Silent Defender. You can Google it. Operation Sentinel and IMX. And those are 3 exercises. Remember how I told you they have old plans for everything? Those 3 exercises are exercises if that strait gets shut down. And you know who's involved in those exercises? We got the British. It's a bunch of our allies. Got the Royal Navy, our Navy, the MTM vessels. It's a lot of people that's involved in that exercise. It's a joint exercise. You got France. Guess who else with the IMX? Guess who does that? Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. So I don't know.
What do you think? I mean, isn't that their trump card?
That's a
against the pun?
I don't know. But they do exercises for that shit.
That's an automatic. Yeah, it's an automatic.
Who benefits when that strait's shut down? Who benefits?
I mean, regardless of the fact, man, they still have fucking did that.
Nobody. You think Russia and China want the strait shut down by, or attempted to be shut down by Iran? No, of course not. It hurts their economy too.
Yeah, you're so fucking naive. It's unbelievable, man.
I said it, Lisa. I said to get Trump's dumbass out of office and to get Matt into a MEPS process state so he can get his ass over to Iraq and fight or over to Iran and fight for his country.
He should have been in health plan.
But hold on. Well, what he said is right. It does hurt our economy too. What was controversial about his statement?
Somebody said, who did it help? I said it helps Democrats to get Trump's ass out of the fucking office.
Well, I mean, even in the midterm, it helps with the midterm.
They need to get him on abuse of powers. They literally need to go ahead and file impeachment on abuse of.
Yeah, but
but what value would that have doing that?
I mean, they could go for the big guns. They could go for the big guns and try to fight to get American dollars out of the world currency as the world currency reserve. Like, they got some shit to fight for. They got some shit to throw it all in the air for. Like, let's not act like they don't have. Let's not act like they don't have some shit that they would think about sacrificing to, at this moment under the circumstances.
Man, I would be horrified. I mean, I just hope that they don't make a sacrifice to the point to where they turn their weapons on the United States. Yes, Iran has been bombing into Israel and so on and so forth, but I'm really afraid if they turn their ire to, toward the United States or its allies, America has the firepower to wipe them off the face of the earth without nuclear proliferation. So that's a big key. Without nuclear proliferation, America would certainly be able to fight back. But my biggest fear is that they would try to do something more so along the lines of dealing with stuff with trying to hack in computers and doing things like that, cyber stuff. America's also prepared on that front. And they have to be, and right now diplomacy's not going to work because you already bombed a country that you're asking to come to a table and negotiate. That is also off the table right now. That's really not going to work. So I just really hope that America understands that even though they didn't announce war, when you launch what you launch, that country can respond with whatever
they have in their arsenal, including their long-range missiles or their version of it, in which I hope that does not make it to the shorelines of the United States. Because
about doing something that's going to hurt the United States more than just what you just said. They closing the Strait of Hormuz, and if they do that, they said if they see any throttling back, and I guess this is America, if we see any throttling back of the Strait of Hormuz, we'll see a massive increase in the price of oil that will impact everything in the U.S. This is a professor of petroleum engineering at the University of Houston. Wait a minute, hold on. The Iran's National Security Council has yet to make the final decision on if they will actually close down the Strait of Hormuz. And this is from today at 2:15.
How are they going to do that? Walk me through how they do that.
Lisa, in this room.
I'm reading. Let's go.
Wait a minute. We know you're used to talking over women, especially black women, but try to mind your mouth.
Wait a minute, Matt. If this is the nation that you guys swear is going to nuke Israel in spite of mutually assured destruction, like they are so off the hinge that if they became a nuclear power, they would do what not even North Korea or Pakistan has done. They are that fucking crazy, but now all of a sudden you're asking us to believe that somehow they're thinking rationally.
What a joke!
Hey, Queen, that's a really good argument.
That's such a fucking joke.
Hello.
That's such a joke.
I was just gonna give you the mic. Yeah, I was just gonna give you the mic. I know you've been in the chat, so if you have something to say, you could go now.
What a joke. When I hear us repeating what the colonizers, imperialist, wicked, demonic government right here, nobody is worse than these bastards right here that we deal with every day. And we use the same fucking talking points that the liars are saying. And that's all they say is lies. Lies. They've conquered and conquered. It's all about oil. It's all about control and power. And then the real irony of all of this shit is, these thugs, both the Zionists and America, they knew what they were doing. This shit was by design. And we're going to sit back and act stupid like we don't know the plotting and the planning of these governments that want to take people's fucking land, and then you demonize them and you throw a rock and hide your fucking hand. Get out of here. What history have you all been paying attention to when it comes to the imperialist colonizers? As though you're going to give them a goddamn break, like if they had nuclear, blah, blah, blah. Ain't nobody worse than the shit we've done here in America. So, yeah, Iran is not some, Catholic church. But goddamn, let's be honest about how all of this shit got started. And it didn't get started on peace. They've been doing bloodshed around the whole world and country forever. America is a capitalist pig. Don't give a damn. That's why we ain't got reparations yet. And then we got the audacity to try to paint these bastards, especially a demon like Trump and all the demons that he hired in his cabinet. You talking about some straight up Klansmen doing this shit. I got the nerve to take the size of the Klansmen.
What military resources do they have to shut down the strait? What military resources are we going to pull from to shut off the strait?
Lines.
I mean, they're going to try to pull from.
No, they're going to mine it.
Do they? So they have to do that. So they're going to have to do that. So you tell us that
you act like they never done. What is going on?
Yeah, they have some small subs too. They can
like, what is going on?
Tell you what's going on if you let me.
Yeah, I know. You can't tell me because you acting like them. That like them making the street impassable is impossible. Like, what's going on?
We all disavow the Obama was bombing in Libya,
Well,
Yemen,
we're not
Syria.
talking about
Willie,
Obama. We're talking about
Somalia. Exactly.
He wants the BBC so bad, Michael.
Matt, Obama doesn't have anything to do with this conversation. We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Like, dude, like, what's going on?
Hi, Lisa. How are you? You know what that is? It's PTSD from having a black president. He's still having.
This is crazy.
He wasn't a black president. He was multiracial.
Let's talk about how
Everybody up here got ADHD.
Hold on. Why wouldn't they shut it down? Because Iran has Yemen in their pocket on the Strait of Oman. They're on that side, on the side of Iran in that country. So what are you talking about, man?
I think
they have problem over there, man.
I think Matt might be going. Hey, to the Speaks point earlier, so this whole we're trying to stop Iran from getting the nuclear capabilities. You know who started the nuclear capabilities with them, right? No, you good. In 1957, we started that shit with them. So the reason they're even where they are now, the U.S. kicked this shit off. We always, when we're trying to depose somebody, we literally, it's a history with us. We always get somebody started on the path because they're allies, because we're trying to depose somebody else, and then they use that shit to come back against us. Literally with everybody. That's just what we do. Motherfucking Osama bin Laden. It's like all this shit. He was CIA trained. It's just we're like this man was saying, we're the worst, we're the craziest fucking people on the planet. The only nukes that have ever been used are us. Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah, why that was, it's a big deal. I mean, I think America wouldn't have ever entered that war. I don't think America would have ever invented a nuke. My grandmother showed me shaky black and white images and stuff, and also showed me old photographs of Pearl Harbor and stuff. And you know, if that wouldn't have been bombed, America probably would have stayed in her peacetime or at peacetime in that era. I just think that if you bomb ships that are sitting in a harbor and they ain't doing nothing to you, remember, war is not proportional. And if America came up with a bomb that obliterated the other party or the other system, war again is not proportional. So yes, that bomb also levied an entire country, but it also brought the surrender and end to that conflict to never hopefully see that again. And those black and white images, Pearl Harbor was a big deal, and that's why that bomb was dropped on Hiroshima.
This is not December 7th, 1941. Yeah, this in December 7th, 1941. So can we come back to 2020?
I'm sorry. Well, I was just, my bad. I'm sorry.
Can I ask the military people a question? Has there ever been as much as a dirty bomb set off to date? Like, has that ever even happened? Has anybody ever set off a dirty bomb? Like, are we saying that still out of all? It's just hard for me to conceptualize, because Marshall and I have been talking, and he's still just trying to, make me afraid of Iran having nukes. And it's hard for me to even conjure up the slightest bit of fear within the context of knowing that, yeah, the only nuke that's been dropped have been ours. And since then, not as much as even a dirty bomb has been dropped. But am I forgetting something?
Dirty bombs aren't only nuclear, correct? Like, you can have other dirty bombs.
I'm saying, have there been any type of small-scale nuclear attack? Like, a lot of people have access to this technology, and I'm just trying to.
No, it's not that many countries who have nuclear weapons.
Only 9.
Especially not a country who's like sponsoring.
Enemies, though. A lot of serious enemies of the United States.
Not really.
Yeah. So.
Not really.
There's only 9 countries in the world.
What about Pakistan?
They're one
of the 9.
So they said that they are. God, I messed up my thing here. They said that they are protecting, or they're on the side. I'm just paraphrasing. I have to pull the whole article back up.
The alliance with Iran.
Yeah.
For all
And also Russia and China, right? Aren't those nuclear powers?
Yeah.
Yes. But Russia doesn't want Iran having nuclear weapons either.
But don't forget Israel.
So
So
does France.
let me read the latest thing from
France, the United Kingdom, India.
Nuclear power, Haitian.
Say again?
Russia has an article just out, I think it was in the Hill or AP, saying that they're going to help. They will send nuclear instruments, nuclear arms to. What is wrong with me right now? I'm having a problem with my brain. To Iran, because I'm looking at 4 different things plus uploading my Affleck stuff. Go ahead.
So can I say this real quick? Mutually assured destruction is why people have them and don't use them. That's why Iran, they need to get one if they want one, because that is literally how you keep yourself from getting fucked with in this world. So it's just like going to the gym and getting strong. Somebody will fuck with you.
Exactly.
I mean, because the same threats have been made against them. If the argument is that if somebody threatens us, we're able to strap up, because that's what Israel is saying, basically. Why shouldn't Iran be able to do that when it's clearly been an agenda of Netanyahu to take Iran out?
Amen to that, and that's why I always point out we're the only people to use that shit. We're the craziest. We're the terrorists. If you look at what we do around the world, I love this country, love it, but we literally do some fucked up shit. So for us to tell anybody what they can and cannot do, that's some straight bullshit.
Exactly. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Because you said America's the only country to use this bomb and so on and so forth, and use the nuclear bomb. Like I said, it was used because America was at peace and wasn't bothering nobody. America didn't want to enter into a war, you know what I mean, at that time. And troops were getting off ships and stuff and coming home. So if America's left alone, yes.
Aston, did you see, have you watched film of what that bomb does? There's a lot of ways that you can do shit without obliterating people, without literally incinerating people. There's shit that you could do. And we dropped it twice. And I know why we dropped it. I think everybody in it does, because we took history class.
Right.
Exactly. What are you trying to get to? Like today with what's going on right now, what are you trying to get to?
I'm just saying, hopefully that experience, that we should never ever do that again. I mean, America should never ever put a nuclear bomb on any country in the current era. I just hope that there's no use for that kind of stuff. And I wish America would have never got in this conflict in the first place. I think if Iran is left alone, we wouldn't be sitting here. And I just think you leave countries alone that are at peace and not causing problems to you. And if Iran is not shooting anything our way or aiming toward us, why did we get involved in this conflict? That's the biggest thing that I'm trying to figure out.
We got a spoiled little child. We got a spoiled little child. You got a spoiled little child. When you go and do your research and see who runs America and controls, go study AIPAC. Go study the scientists. Right. Go study it. Let me just tell you this. You know who lied about weapons of mass destruction? You know who that was? Same group of people. You know who went in? You know the work that Gaddafi was getting ready to do to unite African nations to be independent and to do some amazing things. You know who murdered him?
CIA.
Come on, man.
Is that because they didn't want that to happen? But others say they believe that was done because of the enrichment and other resources over there that were also not mentioned. Was that true?
In order for y'all to sit here on this app and talk this bullshit and live free, your country gotta be a wolf. If y'all country wasn't a wolf, then motherfuckers would be over here getting crazy on you. And y'all ain't ready to get busy for your fucking freedom. So your country gotta be a wolf.
No, we were at a peacetime, brother, at a time in this country, so we don't have to be. America can pull back and set the caboose down. We don't have to sit here and go into wars. It's unbelievably expensive.
That's what you think.
Brother, we don't have time.
I want to ask him a question. Hey, hold on. God, are you going to go in the list to volunteer for this war?
Right.
I'm too old.
No, you're not. They don't care. They need bodies.
All right, well, I'm ready to go. You ready to go?
Suit up.
No, you go ahead. Let me know. No. I already signed up. I got food.
As long as I'm going to get my retirement, I'm good. Let's go.
Yeah, they going to retire you, all right?
Yeah. Let's do it then. That's my family would be good.
All right, you serving drinks because I can't listen to this without a good drink.
You shouldn't listen to it. Y'all should be out here active, acting like this shit ain't real. Y'all see,
you need to be down at that map station. That's what you need.
You think you can live in peace, right? And you don't think that your country has to be a wolf?
We can.
Hey. After you've enlisted, you can come back and talk that talk. After you go enlist and give us the proof, you can.
Brother, who wants to be at war? Brother, you got to get your thinking cap on real quick, real tight right now. Sit on down. Ain't no way in the world that we want to sit here and end up in another 20-year war with billions of dollars worth of equipment and things and stuff that has to go over there. You think that equipment magically gets over there? No sirree, no way out.
What does it take to be a superpower?
Raymond, he's at war with logic pods right now.
We don't have a bunch of Power Rangers on the street. We don't have the money for this. Calm down, Power Rangers.
You think you can be a superpower now? You
should calm down. We can be at peace, brother. We can sit back, eat cookies and chill.
How many superpowers are in the world, God? How many superpowers are in the world?
You tell me. I don't know.
Well, there's stuff.
Well, let me ask you.
Superman.
Man, come on, bro. So you basically saying if you're a superpower and you got nukes, you gotta at least show people that you got them, or you're not going to maintain your superpower status, right?
Be active and you gotta regulate what's going on in the world to be a superpower.
So you gotta be always at war, basically, is what you're saying.
What do you mean by regulating?
That's what you said.
What do you mean by sir? What do you mean by regulating?
Yeah, like people just gonna let you come regulate.
No one else in the world does business with blood blockers, man. Why are y'all entertaining this? This is ridiculous.
No, right after don't entertain it, but look at the history. Don't entertain it. Look at the history.
Yeah, but also, why aren't you considering soft power as a way to be a wolf?
Thank you. We don't have to.
Diplomacy doesn't work in the hood. Diplomacy
we don't
is
care about the hood, brother. You better get some
education. I didn't say diplomacy. I didn't say.
I didn't want you to like
I said soft power.
What does this guy, when you say regulate, sir, the gentleman that said that, define to us what that is. You're confusing tyranny with regulation. So can you define what you mean by that?
I'm not confusing anything. Look at the history of America and what they've been doing around the world.
What do you mean?
You look at the history.
By that?
You look at the history of what's going on in the world.
No, I'm not asking for a history. I'm asking you to define what you said. Just define that, not a history. Tell us what you mean.
What you want me to define? Because I didn't say nothing that was very, very extensive. I ain't say anything.
So I'm not asking. I'm asking you to define what regulate means to you.
First of all,
how do we go about regulating?
Right. First of all, Israel is America's friend. Why is Israel America's friend? Because Israel is fucking helping America
what
in that region. That's why they are backing Israel, because Israel is their friend in that region.
Okay,
why is their friend in that region? Because they don't want other people in that region to come up.
So regulation doesn't mean.
So that's regulation. They regulating by keeping Israel on top.
Okay, so is regulation defined to you as atrocities
Don't say to me this has nothing to do with me. If it was me, it would be black people on top. I ain't have nothing to do with
this
me.
is not
This
black
is
and
the fact
white,
of what's
brother.
going on. This is the facts of what's going on. It has nothing to do with me.
Black and white. So you can't define yourself.
Ashton, hold on for a minute. Ashton, hold on. Let Robert get this out, because I want to know what he mean by regulate too. And he's dancing around.
I ain't dancing around shit. These motherfuckers is the police of the world for a reason. Because
you said you on Soul Train, bro.
All right, that's what you want to say. I don't give a fuck about that. Y'all want to sit here and
Chill back with the language, sir.
Y'all better stop playing with him.
Are we on Troll Train? What's happening?
What is he talking about?
He said he ready to get busy, man. I want to see them in listening papers, bro. Then
Hey, the guy, are you left?
Yo, talk to me.
Yo, you want to go airborne on your contract? I'll get them put airborne on your contract.
I'm saying to you, I'm saying to you,
even go to Compton, California.
Acting like it don't cost money, it don't cost lives for y'all to live free. Y'all sitting here thinking it's fucking easy, like y'all could just sit here and just fucking live and it not be fucking people dying for you to live.
That's a joke. We got these same motherfuckers who won't even go to Compton, can't even stop a gang war.
We got combat
Can't even come to Chicago and stop the violence and talk about going and taking your scare ass overseas.
We got combat veterans in this room, people that wore the uniform, and this dude can't even pick up a Tide Pod. Man, go sit down somewhere.
You got people that have been
crash zone.
Shit. Y'all not doing work in the community. Stop fucking
you have a small.
Look me up. You ain't never did the work I've done.
World's complex. His mind is small and
Okay, because that ain't Christ on the cross.
Okay, any more breaking news out there? Because they're going to close on the strait. They said they haven't agreed to it, but it sounds like this is going to be a no-go for the United States.
Y'all move me to the audience because I don't want no pushback.
Hey, breaking news. Breaking news. The God is emotional.
I do not move people. You guys, if you're moving, claim up to it. Don't sit up here and have it be under my name. Claim it. Claim it.
It wasn't I.
You know what? These people crack me up.
I was in the chat.
Yeah.
It was me. It was.
Well, I brought him up.
Once y'all move somebody, you can't claim your body. Say I put that footprint on the back of your PTR. Let it be known.
Oh no.
So yeah,
I can't even hear shit on this shit. My shit mad low.
Hey, I can give you the recruiter's number though, the guy if you need help, man. I can get you linked in with him.
Somebody letting his old ass in the military.
Our level of arrogance, right?
You can get away with it.
I can't hear nothing. I'm talking about this shit mad low.
Our level of arrogance.
We're gonna need to have a one mic policy, and we need to let each other know when we're done landing, so we can actually hear each other and have a conversation.
Yeah, but if somebody come out for green bean, then they need to go ahead and go on mute. So how about
Agreed.
not for you, Gemini, for whoever.
Okay. So,
Thank you, Gemini. That was getting chaotic.
Yeah, thank you, Gemini.
Yeah, when Trump and Netanyahu said peaceful force, what did they mean by that?
They mean destruction, actually. They disguise and use veiled terms to do what they do.
Exactly.
Listen. Okay, hold on, wait.
Exactly.
You interrupted me, bro, respectfully. So, listen, man. I mean, you have three men, Netanyahu, Putin, and Trump. They have caused upheaval in the world. They bring out the worst in people. They cause chaos and calamity. And at the top of that list, we're going to put Mr. Netanyahu. This is a man that operates without impunity. This man has literally killed almost 100,000 Palestinians, man, over a beef.
over a small beef, you know, and we've just sat back and watched these atrocities, and we cowered to him. We cowered to him the same way the Trump supporters cowered to him. It's cool, support who you want, but at some point when you see somebody, if my boy, I'm from Brooklyn, right? I'm from Brooklyn. I ran with strong dudes. And last time I checked, and the way I grew up, if one of us got out of pocket, we checked each other. We didn't just blindly allow somebody to operate in a self-destructive fashion, man. This shit is really sick, y'all. Do y'all realize whatever happens, all of our lives will be affected when these straits are shut down, when economic upheaval happens? Do you realize your regular life will be affected? And I think that people they don't want to fucking believe it until it happens. And hey, right now my track record is pretty good as far as my analysis on the way things go and how they've gone politically. My political analysis has been spot on from 2 years ago. And so what has unfolded has been written about, I've analyzed it, I've commented, and it's coming to light. So I'm just going to continue with that process. And what I'm telling you guys, and it's not fear-mongering, ain't none of that shit, right? I'm built for whatever. But I don't think the majority of our country is built for whatever, and I don't think they really realize how serious this is. We joke, we laugh, I'm not talking about the comic humor that we have with the sisters and, you know, the people in here. I'm just saying, man, this is a very serious thing. Mr. Trump is a clear and present danger to our country. Republican, Democrats, whites, black, we got to come together. We got to mobilize, and we have to remove this man's power. We have to remove him from power. Every decision that he has made, and I'm going to land with this, every single fucking decision that this man has made, whether it's tariffs, whether it's the mobilization as ISIS's own paramilitary, whether it's every decision he makes, look what the fuck happens, man. Like, we got to wake up, and we just got to come together and just get him out of power. His entire cohort. We need to get them out of power. We need to figure it out. And unfortunately, and I'll land with this, I don't think we can wait until the mid-year, right, the midterms, because we have 35 seats in the Senate that are up. We have all the seats in the House. People have to come together and just vote in a Senate and a House of Representatives who can curtail the fucking negative destructiveness of this individual. Like,
and it may get right.
I land. Yeah, it may get worse. So I'm gonna land on that. I'm not gonna hog the stage.
What happens when the debt limit? What happened when the debt limit bubble pop?
Debt limit. What do you know about that? Hold on. What do you know about a debt limit bubble? Break down.
You tell me when the 33 trillion debt limit bubble pop.
What happened then? So explain to me. Okay, wait. Hold on. Bro, you're talking to a Wall Street guy. So I want you to explain.
So tell me what happened.
Explain to me
what
why you bring that
up. When the debt limit bubble pops, what happened?
You're saying it. Explain.
Don't ask me a question with a question.
Explain to us.
What's
I didn't bring it up.
I'm asking you a question. Answer the question.
Do you really understand economics? Do you understand what a debt bubble is? Do you understand what a debt bubble is? Do you even understand the statement that you're making?
Answer the question. All I'm asking you is a question.
Look, I'll tell you what,
It's
bro.
not even close to this debt bubble.
When it comes to this finance thing,
and what happens when it pops? What happens when they can't afford it no more? America cannot afford the debt. What happens?
Tell us, bro. Hold on. Tell us. Just break it down to us. Break us down.
No, break it down. I'm asking you a question.
Bro, I didn't bring it up.
What happened? We don't know.
What happened?
So leave it alone.
Bro. Yeah,
so
I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up.
We went from
bullshit, bro. You should check who you took first.
We don't gotta call them out like that.
I'm gonna say it like this. I'm gonna put it like this, bro. You of all people, check out who you talking to, bro, and then we can have a conversation, bro. I don't get on here to battle, bro.
If I was talking to somebody who had the answer to the question, they would have just answered the question.
I didn't bring it up. Bro, let me tell you who you're talking to right now. Pardon me, y'all. Move out the way. Bro, I got knowledge of self since the age of 12, right? Bro, you talking to an official, supreme righteous man right now. I don't have to come on here and pander and bullshit. I know and understand 120 degrees of pure mathematics, which the naked eye can hardly dissect. I could power to recompose and decompose within the element of a live brain cell, bro. So you don't want to go there with me, bro.
I don't want to go there with you because I ain't never seen you.
I'm good.
I ain't never seen you in a law school in Mecca. Nobody knows you there.
Hold on. Bro, I sit on the board. What are you talking about, bro? I sit on the board of what? I sit on the board, dog, of the law school in Mecca, bro. You should do your homework. I land. My name is Dupree. You check your records, bro. Go check. Go check, bro. I ain't even gonna throw no names out there. You just do your homework.
Robert, it's not hard. I just dropped those. Anybody want to know who dropped them? I dropped them. If y'all have a discourse, don't have a discourse and have a back and forth. There's not going to be any personal attacks. It's not tolerated.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate that, guys. I had to do that. Yeah, I had to do that. And I'm going to land and let y'all continue. Thank you, guys. I land.
Look, I think America's going to do all they can and its allies to keep the straits open. Even commercially, there are companies that are like, look, whatever you guys to do to keep our money flowing, they're going to do whatever they need to keep their interest afloat, literally. I mean, you cannot have the Straits of Hormuz shut down. I said that.
What are they going to do? What are they going to do? What does that mean?
Well, maybe militarily, militarily they may... You never know. Militarily, America.
They may do what? What can they do to Iran? You said, okay, so what is it? I mean, you sound like wolf cookies up in here. So what can they do?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to...
No, I'm asking you guys because I don't know. I'm just reading. What can they do to keep the Strait of Hormuz open?
That's what I'm waiting for.
Use their firepower. America will do what they need to do. They've already bombed the facility. They would do a lot to keep that open if they needed to, and their interest. If America has interest in certain parts of the world, war is not proportional. And what Donald Trump did, he didn't declare war, but that country, Iran, feels like he did. And so because of that, they may prepare for war.
Before I leave your room, Lisa, this is what y'all do. Y'all drop people who fucking
man, we trying to have an intelligent discussion, man.
I wasn't trying to challenge you,
Y'all drop people.
We trying to have an intelligent discussion. Just stop, bro. Please.
It's a good.
We're trying to have an intelligent discussion.
Gotta chill.
The guys will have to drop you again. Let the stage speak.
Fuck all y'all clowns.
Fuck you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gemini.
Why I gotta be a clown though? I ain't even say nothing.
Because he said you is. That's why.
I want to get back to the question that First Lady Lisa, I think it was Lisa asking the question, how they going to protect and what does that look like? Anybody got some insight on that? I want that discussion. Patty, you probably able to answer that question.
What's going on, you guys? I can hear you guys from the laundry room.
Can you
what's
repeat
going on?
that? I didn't hear you.
No, what's going on? I mean, are you guys having a problem communicating back and forth?
No, there was a problem. There was a gentleman that was disruptive.
The guy left.
Are
you talking about the guy?
We good.
Yeah, the guy. You know him?
Yeah, of course we know him.
Yeah, he left.
Lisa.
Yeah, he was tripping.
Patty, can you answer that question? Because you probably have more insight than
Hey, can you restate the question? I didn't hear.
Question on the floor. I didn't hear what the brother said.
The question was, Ashton brought up the point that we protect the strait and anybody that's blocking the strait, and that's how me and United States and their allies would protect that and keep it open. What would that look like?
That would require
What would that look
on the ground, wouldn't it? So they have a fifth fleet that's based in Bahrain, and they would have to mobilize them. It's destroyers, it's aircraft carriers, submarines, and minesweepers. And that's why I was bringing up those exercises that they do, the 3 exercises: Operational Sentinel, Eager Lion, Exercise Revolve, Silent Defender. There's a bunch of drills that they do, and they do them with other nations, and to include Bahrain, Saudi. So like they do exercises, and it's through NASCENT, CENTCOM, And they do the real-time, like, patrols, real-time ship escorts. And when, what's her name, brought up the mine sweeping, they do that as well. Dr. A.G., sorry, I didn't mean to say that. But Eager Lion is freaking Jordan hosted. Like, it's kind of weird that they would want to do that. I wouldn't do it because obviously they've been practicing this shit for years. So if something pop off, they're going to pop off,
So that's what I was saying earlier. Militarily, America would do whatever it needed to keep its interest open and to keep the public interest open or private, traffic coming through their businesses and stuff like that. I mean, you cannot have an utter collapse of that channel. You cannot have, and I brought that up in this room the other night before all this happened. It would be an utter disaster. You think supply chains are short now, there'd be a lot of stuff that wouldn't be getting to a neighborhood near you and to your front door. Would not be good for a lot of folks and people around the world, from grain to oil exports to all kinds of stuff goes through that channel is very important. So America and its allies needs to do whatever they need to do to keep that open, whether that's militarily or if they can go to the negotiating table before doing military stuff. I like the negotiating table first, so they should try that before doing it.
The diplomacy, that's out the window because they already dropped bombs. My question is, okay, Patty, so you said that we already have the systems in place and we've had the exercises and we know what to do.
I just dropped in the chat the one from 2022. That's why I said this is all public. And it was an IMX 2022. They had over 9,000 personnel and over 80,000 vessels. It's the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, and the Red Sea. And the countries that were involved in that was the United States, the UK, France, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and there was some other nations. So you gotta remember, this is like an over 50 nation thing that they've been doing for a while. And that's one of the exercises. That was IMX. You look up Operation Sentinel, that one is straight up Hormuz. So, like, I don't.
Well, my question is that, do you think, two things, and I'm asking because this is, questions that everyday Americans want to know. Do you think that considering our current state with our allies, the current kind of relationships that we have with our allies, what would that look like on a political basis? Do you think that they'd be like, okay, no, we have beef with Trump, we have beef with how he's doing things, but we're going to jump in here and actually do this? Do you think that'll work that way? Or some of our allies be like, hey man, you made this mess. I'm just asking.
You know what I thought about earlier to answer your question?
Hold on for a minute. I want you go on, but
I want to answer your question.
But I want Patty to answer that because she has the military background. And I just want her.
I didn't know it was directed at her. Pardon me, Gia. I didn't know it was directed at her.
They probably would. I mean, it's the straight. This is not trying to fight Iran. It's to make sure that their shit get through. That's it. They would probably join. They've been practicing for this shit. So, like, why wouldn't they? Because of some other shit. I don't know.
Patty, can I give a follow-up question to you? Do you think that we've eroded our allies? Yeah, thank you, brother. That's a great question you asked us. So, Patty, would you agree that we... Is it possible?
Where is he at? Haitian.
Oh, yeah, Lisa and Patty. I have a question for you guys.
Military.
And I have a question, too.
But hold on. For the military people, are there certain of y'all that have the capacity to answer these questions? Because, I mean, how the fuck are y'all doing?
That's Google. That's Google. That's the Google. That's the Google question. The same question y'all asked me, I just Googled and gave y'all an article.
Yeah. So is there anything that you think that the Clubhouse community, since we've been frequenting y'all rooms and y'all have always been hosting for us, is there anything we can do to support y'all at this time?
Good question.
That's such a sweet question. Who was that?
It's a dope question.
Scroll, who was that asked that?
I think that was
Queen. It was Queen.
That's a dope question.
Anything?
We'll let them answer. Yeah.
Like any place you want us to send, like donations or just whatever.
And while they think about that, I want to ask you guys, do you think we have like eroded our relationships with our allies to the point where they're going to be upset that they may have to respond to this mess?
I don't even know.
They're working on it. Yeah, no, they're going to get back to us when they're ready. I got it. That's a great question that you pose as far as what we can do. Absolutely. So
The question I have too is, do you think that yes, the facilities over there may have been obliterated, but I'm thinking they may have been able to move some of that enriched uranium to other places that have not. I mean, that country's as big as.
But the brother asked the question though.
Okay.
Well, listen, Lisa, before y'all do it,
I'm here.
I think, Lisa, we should help. If Lisa have a way of when you run a room this smooth and this professional, I think it's a good thing to support it. And if she wants some support, she could get it. I would definitely give any kind of support if there's somebody hungry, if there's somebody, she got anything, we would do that. So at the end of the day, every room that's like this, that's making a difference, giving people an opportunity to speak, and even some of the debates and arguments, I love to support rooms like this and other rooms too. You know, I'm part of other rooms, but yeah, I'm with that all the way. Whoever said that, Queen or whomever, I'm with that program.
I'm with it too, because these guys take time. They take their fucking time, like their time. You know, they're taking time out, and we should really compensate and show our support for them.
Put that cash up on there, Lisa.
Yeah, or Lisa, hit me. Yeah,
I know Lisa.
Lisa, hit me in the back channel, because I'll tell you some stuff, but. Yeah, man, you got my support, whatever, whether it's financial, whatever it is, whatever I can do to assist you in, making your room better. I'm just saying, I'm down for it. That's all, because y'all definitely bring value. And, this is like home. This is my new home right here. So I'm rocking with it.
You know, I love that question, though. Honestly, you all, let's be honest with the propaganda when it comes to, like, what other countries feel about America. Everybody knows America is a bully. Now, we love this, what we call freedom. It's only to an extent. That's why, we are still balked with this whole thing about reparations. But at the end of the day, America throws rocks and hides their hands. And right now, what we see transpiring is not going to go away. It is going to get worse with Mr. Trump operating the way he does, and all of the neocons that are around him. These folks have nothing in their mindset but the lust for power and control. So it's unfortunate, but it's gonna get worse before it gets better.
You know what's so interesting, brother, when you said that? Is that Brother Gregory?
Yes, sir.
I knew I recognized that I'm about to say Kurt Franklin, Louis the Farrakhan.
No, but listen, people call me all kind of shit.
It make you want to stone. They talking about dropping bombs over Baghdad, Lord. I think that the ramifications of the communications. Look, I be talking like you.
Funny.
It just brings it to a perspective that we are living in a world that's full of darkened, demonic species and entities and shit, which we won't get into or give them any energy. They have no emotions or empathy, by the way. It's more of us than them, just to give you some context. What they are doing is distracting the collective from the perspective. I'm trying to find a word to rhyme, like Busta Rhymes. They're trying to distract the collective to a perspective of knowing that there's something bigger. They said you gotta dream bigger. You gotta live bigger. Hell, I used to be 350 pounds, lost the weight. Now I'm on my buddy love. No Sherman clumps. No offense if you big and beautiful. Just want to let you know that this is bigger than the mundaneness before the Monday of tomorrow hits at 11:59. 12 o'clock a.m. So we must be it must be a who of everybody to put your foot down, pick up your whiskey or your rum or whatever you drink, allegedly, and pick up a blunt or a cigarette if that's what you do, and just breathe, because it's not our fight. Unlike Sunday Delight with all that sugar, is there a people? What do you say?
George Franklin was wild, man. Go ahead.
Praise him on a Sunday, which yesterday was actually the correct holy day. I said too much. Excuse me, Lord. But what we must do is we must grab each other's hand and light each other's candle on your right side and on your left side. That means everybody's candles lit. Can I get an ashe or an amen on that? Thank you.
Ashe. Cut his mic.
Back to you, Queen, because you have to wheel myself back up in here from another universe. I blacked out allegedly. Excuse me, Lord. Back to you.
Okay, do we have anybody else that wants to speak? Because I have this thing by Morgan Freeman I've been trying to pay for 2 days.
That man no age.
He was already aged when he started.
Oh, my bad.
He has nowhere to go.
He was 3 years old, looking like how he looked now.
60. When he started when he was 20, he looked 60. Now that he's 70, he looks 70. But
Lisa,
yeah.
Lisa, I was going to tell you whenever y'all ready, I have something I would like y'all to hear. It's very interesting. Let's do your first. They had a group where they made some recordings for MAGA listeners to listen to, and allegedly the premise was that this audio was leaked hot mic audio of Trump saying some things that would need to be handled in the media if it were to leak out, and this was their response to hearing these items, as far as their response to hearing what Trump allegedly said and what they thought should happen afterwards. And it kind of goes to show the mentality. And I don't want to say any more than that. I'll just let it play. No. I'm gonna stop it there. But y'all get the idea. Like, it's funny, but it's not funny, right? Because no matter what he does or says, no matter how outrageous it is, no matter how super clear he is on being sexually attracted to his daughter or his disrespect for women, so on and so forth, they will find a reason to justify it somehow. So I think we're really wasting our time by having conversations with maggots. I don't think it's anything that's going to come from it. I think they're preset. They're already, they made their conclusion. No matter if he shoots a baby, what did the baby do? We don't know what that baby did. That could have been a dangerous baby. That's just the way it's going to go. I yield.
That's so true.
I agree, Gemini. You can't get there to a cult member.
Not for playing that, because that's so true. I believe you. I believe 1,000% that, you know, if he was with Elon saying that he was on the Epstein list or blah 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 blah, doesn't matter. The Epstein list is wrong. It's faulty. If he shoots Mike Johnson in the back of the head while he's speaking on the floor of the House, it was Mike Johnson's fault. It doesn't matter.
Somebody in the chat says even worse, that you can relate to incestuous feelings, and I agree with that. Like, how do you relate or justify that? That's very telling on a lot of levels.
Well, you got to remember that some of the southern states are actually trying to lower the age. I think it was either Tennessee or Kentucky, or one of those, that they had a bill on the floor like 2 years ago. They were trying to lower it down to 14. I don't know whether it passed or not, but yeah. So of course they would back that man. That's what they want to do.
And that audio was AI. The Trump audio was AI. The key was they were showing it to MAGA people and letting them think that it was real to see if they would try to justify the ridiculousness that they drummed up in the AI with the AI Trump. So Trump didn't actually say those items, but they believed so in that moment, and they still support it.
And what GA was saying is minor attracted persons. They literally were trying to put that shit.
Yeah, Mike, you know, because I think we talked about it. Wasn't they trying to pass that bill?
Yeah, I think California, it was in a couple states, but definitely they were trying to take away the pedophilia stereotype. But that's what happens literally when you have somebody, like you said, on the Epstein list. That Lawrence O'Donnell clip, if I can find, it's about like 10 or 12 minutes, but the shit is good. Like, he blasts and even talks about, he literally goes in on Elon Musk's tweet. And that's why he sent the National Guard to commandeer the National Guard and sent the Marines to LA. Was like, it's like the wag the dog thing. All this shit. And he talks about this bombing of Iran is based off of like Israel getting shine for their precision strikes and how their military is so like on point. And so he wanted to get involved. Where before he was like, we had nothing to do with it. Now he's like, you know, we like had a bigly bombing and we like, you know, the best bombing ever and all this shit. He's ridiculous. I'm literally hoping that the abuse of power is that somebody at some point will build a case for impeachment and try to run his ass up out of there.
Well, they actually had, I want to say last night or night before last, I want to say it was last night. I can't think of this guy's name. I want to say Al Johnson, but I might be wrong. Y'all know the guy that he looks like he's Indian, but I don't know his descent. Walks with a cane. Yeah, he actually.
Al Green, loving him.
You know,
yeah, Al Green.
Yeah. You know who I'm talking about. Yeah, him. He actually introduced, he was trying to introduce articles.
So he tried to do it a long time ago, and unfortunately, because I'm standing up and you don't have a mandate to take away Medicare, I need somebody else. I need somebody that's white to do it. Like, I need for somebody to get on board, and I need somebody younger, somebody that's like, they just need to build a case, because what he's doing, there's got to be abuse of powers in there somewhere. I'm not saying they're reading all this shit, but I'm just saying the way he's moving, even commandeering the National Guard, they need to build a case for impeachment. They really, and with all this shit, this bombing and this shit he's doing, I'm hoping that somebody's working on that. But I'll put it out, the day he got got elected, I think like January 21st or whatever of this year, like I was on the floor talking about he was filing impeachment. So he's been on that for a minute. He started off on impeachment.
We need somebody that looks like Trey Gowdy to do it. That has his track record. I know he's not for that, but we need somebody like that to do it.
They were talking movie suggestions earlier. Anybody who hadn't seen Sinners, check that out.
Come on, you guys. Don't jump off yet.
Will meet Vladimir Putin in Russia. So that's another important diplomatic development that's to take place today itself. Going across to Akanksha Swarup, who joins us with more details. Akanksha, as on expected lines, now with the US officially stepping in, US has entered this conflict officially as directly targeted some of the key nuclear facilities in Iran. In all likelihood, this is going to spread out further.
Okay, so they're talking about how the Iranian prime minister is on his way to Moscow. Let me see how far we can get this.
Shifting our focus to more breaking news coming in the latest, we're learning that Iran's foreign minister said that he will head to Moscow today itself and will meet Vladimir Putin in Russia. So that's another important diplomatic development that's to take place today itself. Going across to Akanksha Swarup, who joins us with more details. Akanksha, as on expected lines, now with the US officially stepping in, US has entered this conflict officially as directly targeted some of the key nuclear facilities in Iran. In all likelihood, this is going to spread out further. It's going to involve the intervention of other global powers, especially the ones backing Iran. And what kind of role in that sense could Russia play going forward?
In fact, not just Russia, but China and Russia both are countries that are allies to Iran. They have a significant global influence. This is the axis of resistance that you're looking at when it comes to Iran's allies that are Russia and China. And so for the Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi, it's only but understandable and on expected line that he will be meeting President Putin.
Japanese, y'all.
Condemning throughout this entire conflict, as is Russia. Russia, in fact, just this last week has warned the U.S. against any military intervention in the Israel-Iran war. Chris Green, the head of Russia's Nuclear Energy Corporation, warned that an Israeli attack on Iran's nuclear power plant could lead to a Chernobyl-style catastrophe. So Russia understands the impact. It understands the kind of threat that these kind of attacks at nuclear facilities bring, because they've witnessed the impact of nuclear leakages in the case of Chernobyl, which of course was not a military intervention, but nonetheless they've borne the impact of it. So having said that, we'll have to see how directly would Russia want to get involved. Days ahead to mediate this attack.
You can't understand it?
Oh no, her accent too thick.
Come on, y'all. This is America. We got people that speak like this all day, every day.
Please, I can speak English, ma'am, because slow down.
Oh my God, this is
slow down.
We can understand people.
Lady said, we understand it. Go ahead, Lisa. We understand.
Go ahead, Lisa. I'll try to understand.
I just want to get to a couple of them that have been posted most recently. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres calling the attacks a dangerous escalation in a region already on edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. Again, we reported a short time ago that the UN Security Council is going to be holding an emergency meeting. As the Secretary General warns, there is a growing risk this conflict could rapidly get out of control, with catastrophic consequences for civilians, the region, and the world. In addition, the European Union's chief diplomat echoed that message, urging all sides to step back and return to the negotiating table while emphasizing that Iran must not be permitted to develop a nuclear weapon. Let me bring in Hala Gurane, NBC News foreign correspondent who is in London for us today, and talk about what is going to be happening tomorrow, because Iran's foreign minister says he's going to be meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Talk about the significance of this meeting and what message Tehran is hoping to send with the visit. Well, Ambassador Arakshi, the Iranian foreign minister, Chris, will be heading, as you mentioned, to Moscow to meet with the Russian president. Those two countries have enjoyed a very close strategic partnership now for several decades. Iran has been the ally of Russia in its efforts to support the regime of Bashar al-Assad. In Syria, for example, Iran supplied Russia with drones in its war with Ukraine. That being said, it's an open question what the Iranian foreign minister will get out of it, because Russia also enjoys a pretty close relationship with Israel itself. I think that this is just an effort to present a united front with Russia, and at a time when the Iranian regime is really on the back foot. Clearly, its nuclear program set back many years, if not decades, and a large part of its military and strategic leadership decimated in that initial series of attacks by Israel, those attacks that started on June 13th. So this is kind of a way to present this unified front with a very powerful regional ally, regional in Europe, Russia, whether or not it's going to end in some sort of...
Okay, enough of her. So the U.S. is Iran reserves all options to respond to U.S. attacks. And I'm just going to say what I think is going to happen. I think they're going to try to close the Strait of Hormuz. That's their trump card. I don't know if they're going to succeed. I don't know what's going to happen, but that's all that's being talked about everywhere. What do you guys think?
The vast majority of the oil that comes through the strait goes to Southeast Asia. A fraction comes to the United States. Why would they do it? It punishes the whole world. Who cares? Shut it down and watch China get really fucking pissed.
Does anybody disagree with that? Because why is Rubio saying that that's a deal breaker? If we only get how many percent of oil comes here? I thought they had to come to Saudi Arabia to get to here. Am I wrong? Somebody else looked this shit up. This is way too much energy.
If I was Rubio, if I was Trump, I'd go, shut it down. Fine, shut it down. You see what the globe will do. They will not be happy. Piss China off. That's the way to do it.
I'm trying to look and see what goes through there.
I think all trade and international trade, or a lot of different sectors of trade,
It's just not.
literally like 100 degrees up here in my house. It's crazy.
Yes, ideas challenge. They would rather be lied to as long as it fits their worldview. Exactly. I know. Yeah, and sometimes I hear you give your explanations. It's like you bat around the bush. It's like, brother, just drive it in. You know, just
no. But here's the other thing.
That's what it is.
Yeah, but the other thing is that the truth is expensive, and it's difficult to get at. You know, it takes a lot of time, and it takes work. Right. So they don't. Exactly.
Generally speaking, I do think.
People want it. They want confirmation bias. Yeah, they generally want confirmation bias. They don't want their minds changed. People have always been like that. I mean, if you really love the history of the United States and you really read into it, you'd have to read a couple dozen books, like really thick tomes, really start to get into the nitty-gritty, and that's expensive and it's hard, right? So it's much easier to sit on the PBS, right? Throw on and really great documentaries, right? But they're light and they miss a lot of stuff. So in order to get into the nitty-gritty, that's
Yeah,
the way it is.
shit.
And